السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Welcome yet again to another stream. In this live stream, you probably have noticed the thumbnail is about health, particularly nutrition. And I put in a part there to kind of talk about the opposite of nutrition as well. So we're going to be looking at a lot of the Quran today to kind of gauge what to eat. Salaam alaikum, everybody in the chat. AI, salam alaikum, Dale Cranton. Salam alaikum, Soaring Bird. Salam alaikum, Anis. Welcome. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Is my sound good? Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. As more people come, I'll just get right into it. Let me see here. Okay. So like I mentioned, one of the things I want to look at is what has Allah told us about what to eat, what to drink. Obviously, health is a massive topic. I think a good place to start is the basics, nutrition. And this is not meant to be any kind of diagnosis or anything. This is not medical advice, not at all whatsoever. It's just an opinion from Allah's book regarding probably something that we'll be dealing more with as time goes on. I'm sure a lot of you have noticed over time the trends in the realm of nutrition have changed a lot. So much so now that it's coming to a point where most of the things, if not all of them, that are in the Quran will be either illegal or just not viable, in an attempt to really obliterate human consciousness for good. Salam ARMBV. Yeah, Cornutix, I think you're on top of it today. So I could let you guys know, once upon a time, before I came into Islam, over 10 years ago, I think this would be, I actually got rid of all animal foods and became a vegan of sorts. And it was a big mistake. Back then, there was not much information regarding like how bad it is for you. And apologies to any vegans that might watch the stream, but clearly there's a lot to come through that. But I'm glad that I went through that just to experience. I think it was within a year or something like that. The value of nutrient-dense food in the form of animals. You know, what's really interesting too is back in my university days, college and whatnot, we all grow up with the impression, at least if you're born like in the last few decades, that health equals green, health equals plants. And yeah, to some extent, I can understand why. There are many plants that are very beneficial for health. But clearly there's way more to this equation than just plants. In fact, Allah talks about us in the Quran like plants. And if you've looked at the diet of plants, usually they're eating the remains of animals. Yeah, plants are animal-based organisms. They eat an animal-based diet. And it's amazing, right? Because like you said, ARMBV, you are what you eat. So it's kind of like, why would we ever think that most of our nutrients, most of our constitution that we eat will be anything other than what we clearly are made of? And Allah did it in such a way that we benefit from these organisms without getting what I'm going to get to. It's a bit disturbing, to be honest with you, but it's mentioned in the Quran, alluded to many times, that people get a little too far ahead and start corrupting things and start to consume and create and feed on things that really are the stuff of nightmares. That being said, what hermeneutics highlighted here is so true. Back in 2020, 2021, 2022, there was a major resurgence. There was a major death of veganism online, especially the raw ones, because there's levels to the deception, right? If you actually go for a while, you know, like on vegetarianism, you can go pretty long because lots of dairy, lots of eggs and stuff, right? But as soon as you start going into veganism, then fruitarianism, then raw vegetables, that's all you eat, you will see the paradoxically the fruits of that very quickly. And like you said, AI, I mean, what happens when you don't get enough food that you need and you're going through basically what is a fast? Veganism is actually a fast in religions. It's not meant to be something long-term whatsoever. It's a short-term thing. You cannibalize yourself. That's what you do. And to be honest, we do this anyway. We do this anyway through fasting, through cycles of detox and whatnot. But when that's your long-term plan, it's not going to be sustainable, right? You're going to have a human species that's so much weaker, so much more infertile, sicker. And interesting, like, subhanAllah, people that have been these very popular vegans, and they all cheat, obviously, they all cheat, right? Even when I was a vegan, I would cheat as well. That was like a decade ago, right? And something clicked in my head. I was like, you know, I was learning all this stuff gradually on my own in my dorm in college. And I remember for me, it was not about the animals. It was clearly about health. I didn't really care if the animals, you know, I wasn't on board with PETA or anything like that. So, you know, I started reading, you know, like Native Americans, their spirituality and stuff, because where I was going for my education, they had all kinds of like Native American art. In Canada here, it's like a really big cultural heritage. And guess what? I mean, they ate like nothing but meat. Pretty much, if they lived in the plains, a lot of Native American tribes, they ate nothing but meat, like all day, every day, just like the strongest people you can imagine. Really thick, you know, long hair, and buffalo, exactly. Buffalo. And they ate every piece of it, every single part. I even read, that's when I started to get into like the Weston Price Foundation and all sorts of things from it. They would take like, you know, the organs and they will cut them up, you know, like this is part of our heritage as human beings. We consume all kinds of things from animals. Organ meats, probably some of the most nutrient, mineral dense foods you can find. And they would take the adrenal glands, which are very rich in vitamin C. Yeah, you can get vitamin C actually from meat as well, strangely enough. And they would divide it through all the members of the tribe. Everybody will get their supplement. So, yeah, it would take me like 10, 20 hours to talk about all of that, compile all the information. What I'm concerned with mainly right now is the Quran. And the Quran is so amazing that it's already ahead of the game. You don't even have to wonder, what did the creator who made us authorize for us to eat? Welcome, everybody. Let's see here. Salam alaikum, Melf. Welcome from Australia. Manda Frieden, salam. I'm not yet finished with your yesterday's stream on Salat. Would you agree with the following translation? Aqimu salat atu zakat. Oh, I think I saw your other one down there. Salam, Danny. Looking forward. Salam, brother Danny. Yeah, AI, that's an interesting thing. Like crops and animals and everything in Alaska in the north gets larger. Isn't that cool? I wonder, is it because of this? Perhaps, yeah, it's the sunshine, actually, if you think about it. They get way more sunshine than us through the summer. I was a vegan years before discovering Islam. Yeah, I'm the same way. We go through these kinds of like ups and downs. I experimented all kinds of different like belief systems before Islam. When I was looking into Islam, I was like on the whole Gnostic, you know, Jesus Christ and spiritual master Jesus Christ and the lost Gospels of Thomas, and that was where I was at. I was totally done with the church. Church was thrown in the bin way before Islam. Find and cultivate yourself, contribute. Oops, sorry. Find and cultivate yourself and contribute in the right way to the whole of humanity. Yeah, that is definitely part of Salat. I mean, no doubt. I think this is a good way to communicate it. I prefer every word had to be one word and only one word, but this is like the essence of what was being said. If you actually watch, we did a video with Endgame Islam, and we did a whole thing on the word Al-Rahman. If you check it out, you'll be interested to find out what that means. Salam alaikum, Sam. Salam alaikum, Raki Balboa. Yeah. Welcome to the stream, Sam. Always a pleasure. Salam alaikum, Noel Hassan. Salam alaikum, Farouk Ahmed. Let's see here. Yeah, nice. Meat, dairy, and fruit. Very simple. And you're going to find a lot of that in the Quran. It seems to be like the only foods we have. There are some other things like honey, which I think are really great. I guess you would include fish with meat as well, probably seafood. We'll check it out together. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Haji Amzar. Welcome to the stream. I love the seafood diet as well. Seafood and eat it. Salam, Brother Haydam. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm glad you liked that. I'm glad you liked that video. That was a lot of effort. I've been wondering that for a long time, and then one day I just I'm gonna sit down. Nobody's bothering me. It's the weekend. I got some time to myself, and I just looked through, and that's what we got from it. I don't know. Is it correct? Allah knows best. Oh, it's a good question, actually. Would you say eating things like chocolate is forbidden by the Qur'an, as it always says, eat what is good and pure? Well, if you think about it, we kind of talked about this yesterday, like it was halal and tayyib, right? So there's a bit of a debate in this kind of online community of people that you can call them health fanatics. Is chocolate good for you or not? Honestly, everything can be elevated in quality, right? Like you can find chocolate that doesn't have any soy, doesn't have any excess like sugar and processing, and it doesn't do anything. It just gives you a nice kind of flavor. Other than that, a lot of people avoid chocolate only because it can contain lots of oxalates for people. So all depends what you can handle, right? Some people, most of the vegetables that you see on your plate usually are avoided by most people, a lot of people nowadays. Most of which is wheat, like grains and that, right? That tends to give people a lot of trouble. And then when you go further into like leafy greens, that stuff can be very detrimental. I know people personally that get kidney stones, oxalates, oxalic acid stones, right? Where do they get that from? They're eating what's recommended, and they're going to the hospital when they're like in their 20s, in their 30s. How? Maybe something that they tell us we should be eating is too much. It's not for us. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I like this idea, middle people, moderation. You're gonna find that idea about humans being the middle nation is something really like it's everywhere. Moderation, balance, everything. And yeah, I mean, you can get carried away with anything. There are extremes, right? And you're gonna see some examples of those extremes when given enough power and resources, and people will turn pretty dark very quickly. And that, I mean that in the sense of like evil. Let's look at some verses here, shall we? So chapter 6 is called livestock, right? Livestock, an entire chapter of the Quran, one of the bigger ones, is named after cattle or livestock. The reason I use livestock is because livestock incorporates all of the grazing animals. So like I think what's mentioned specifically in the Quran with pairs, 8 pairs of livestock, camels, goats, cows, and sheep. That's like the basis, right? And between all that, you have everything. But grazing animals have an entire chapter devoted to them by name. And the pair to that, there's only a few surahs in the Quran named after animals, but the pair to that is Surah Al-Baqarah, the longest one. Is named after the cow. Isn't that amazing? He could have named it after anything. He could have named it, you know, like he could have named it chapter Abu Bakr. He could have named it chapter As-Salaf, chapter, you know, As-Sunnah. No, he just put Al-Baqarah. That tells you we have a relationship with this concept of a cow or an animal like that grazes, livestock, farming, animal agriculture. That's very deep, very, very significant. Mande Friedens, you can avoid chocolate and coffee for ethical reasons because of the child work and slavery. Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll notice that right now what they do is it's a great thing. You can find a lot of local sources of this, like especially coffee, if you like coffee. Chocolate as well, like a lot. You'll find a lot of the organic coffee, chocolate, everything is labeled as fair trade now. Fair trade, even kosher, everything, so that people understand that there's no slavery involved. I'm glad that you bring that up though, because 99% of it is based on that, right? Like you think about a holiday like Halloween, everything revolves around this like junk food, right? So peace be upon you, Francisco. Salam. Are the surah names authentic? Well, they would tell us they're not. Why would the surah names not be authentic? I guess is the question you should ask. I believe they are. The reason I believe they are is because if you study them, you take all 114 surah names, you're going to find patterns, how they pair with each other, that shouldn't be there if it's just random. The other thing as well is every book is divided into these organized sections we call chapters. I actually don't believe surah means chapter, but for all intents and purposes, that's what they call it. What's interesting is if you take every scale of the Quran, like let's say you take the whole book, then you take a surah, then you take 3 ayahs, then you take one of them, then you take a word in the ayah. At every level, it's significantly profound. That's the nature of this book. So let's look at some of this livestock. Interesting, they're named after the fact that if we wouldn't eat them, we wouldn't be alive. They're part of our livelihood. So chapter 6, verse 142, in the chapter of the same name, Al-An'am. And I just want to highlight as well that this animal, these group of creatures are named after favor. An'amta. We talk about this all the time in the streams. An'amta, Bani Israel were an'amta alayhim. الصراط المستقيم الصراط الذين أنعمت عليهم. Favor, excellence, good, pleasantries. Really what it boils down to is amenities. Allah gave Bani Israel amenities. Okay? In Jannah, there is a place in Jannah. One of them is named Jannat al-Na'im. Okay? I wonder if it's here actually. Yep, right here. Pleasure, delight, blessings, bliss. This basically is the utmost of accommodation. That's what really it is about. And these animals accommodate us in almost every way. Without modern manufacturing and in the industrial age and the world we live in today, we used to make everything out of these cows, everything out of these animals, food, products. Allah discusses this in the Quran as well. And of the grazing livestock are carriers and those small. So if you look at this ayah, It says these ones are for burden, and these ones, farshan does not mean meat, guys. Meat is lahm. Farshan is related to, as Brother Weiss concluded, as well, you can find this idea in the root itself, is related to something that's furnished. There's other words for couches and resting places. Furnishings, something that's used for decoration. It's used for living space. So some are used for this, and some are used for provision of all the things you need in life. Eat from what Allah has provided you, and do not follow khutawat shaitan. These are footsteps of shaitan. Indeed, he is to you a clear enemy. Shaitan is the one that declares war on mankind via food. And I'll show you another ayah this is the case. I think it's right here. Okay. O mankind, eat from whatever is on the earth, lawful and good. That's what you were getting at, Brother Haytham. Halalan wa tayyiban. And do not follow khutawat al-shaytan. Indeed, he is to you a clear enemy. Let me ask you guys, why is Allah putting shaitan's footsteps, is the fact that he's our clear enemy, in the same verse about food? Doesn't that ring any bells that maybe food is a major weapon used against us, right? Where else do we see this? We see this regarding asim. Oh yeah. Maybe you can show this to your imam. They've translated Islam, al-Islam, as asilm. How could asilm be Islam? It doesn't even sound like the word. That's because this is related to a ladder. Let me show you. Sullaman, silm, salim. All these things are related. Islam has its own word. This is Islam, not as-silm. That's something that they pulled a fast one on us there. Anyway, do not follow khutawat al-shaytan. So it's related to the religion, and it's related to food. These footsteps of Satan. So you go further, you look at some other things. Do not follow the footsteps of Satan. He enjoins immorality, wrongdoing. If it was not for Allah's favor, again, there's the word favor. Here it's used fadl, so obviously there's some ambiguity in the translation. Not one of you would have been pure ever. Allah purifies whom He wills, and Allah is hearing and knowing. So interestingly, right? Purity, religion, food. Food is mentioned twice with Shaitan's footsteps, right? The example of worldly life, al-hayati ad-dunya, is but like rain which we have sent down from the sky that the plants of the earth absorb, from which men and livestock eat. So there are plants, clearly, that are fine for us to consume. I would argue a lot of them are fruits. Okay. And when you read the Quran, what you'll notice is we have two different words for fruits, right? One of them is fakihatun. That's a fruit. Fawaki. This is usually mentioned in Jannah. Jannah is full of fruits, all kinds of fruits we haven't even seen before. Then you have thamarat. Thamarat is like way more broad. So like when we use the word fruit in English, it means the fruits of anything, fruits of your labor, the fruits, those sweet plants from the tree or a bush. And then it also means the fruits from the harvest, right? Crops, even animals, in a sense, could be regarded as fruits. There's no mention of eggs in the Quran because eggs would be thamarat. They would be from this category of fruits that are laid by certain birds, right? Or all birds, actually. So when the earth has taken on its adornment and is beautified, and its people suppose that they have capability over it, there comes to it our command by night or by day, and we make it as a harvest, as if it had not flourished yesterday. Thus do we explain in detail the signs for a people who give thought. Don't let anyone tell you that you're not allowed to think when it comes to the Quran, because Allah is constantly challenging us to do that very thing. It's ayat li qawmin yatafakkarun. The ones who think. That's the opposite of kufr. Fakkar. Thinking. So it's so funny that you become a kafir, if you reject the books that don't allow you to think. How does that work? It's literally the mutation of kafir. It's the opposite of kafir. Fakkar. Thinking. And the grazing livestock he has created for you, in them is warmth, and benefits from them you eat. If there was any question if veganism, even vegetarianism to some extent, was not condoned by Allah, by the creator of mankind, just look at these types of verses. And funny enough, what you'll find is the mainstream scholarship, like the likes of Zakir Naik and Mufti Menk, a lot of different, they address the youth saying that if you're a Muslim and you're a vegan, you actually, there's no problem. You can, everything is halal then. You don't have to worry about halal slaughter. No. The Shia, I'll give them more credit where credit is due. They actually will have fatwas against this to say it's impossible to be a vegan and a Muslim, to be a follower of Islam. Because Allah assumes this is what you eat. He says, from them you eat. This will always be true. Nobody will ever convert the world to eating 100% plant-based diet. They have to use terms like plant-based because at some point people will always eat animals. There's no way around it. And don't give me this lame excuses about it's bad for the environment and everything. It's literally the reason the environment is going bad, because nobody pastures their cattle anymore. Nobody has farms and land to pasture and regenerate the soil with animal manure. This is something that's always been the case. Even all the buffalo that used to roam in North America, millions and millions of them. I heard that, they would go in these large herds and they would just go across the entire landmass, stomping around, leaving behind all their dung and everything, regenerating the soil, allowing for the pasture. Same thing for wolves, right? Wolves were the ones that kept the bottom of the food chain, deer, all kinds of rabbits, all those kinds of animals, herbivores, in check. And when the colonialists went around, not just them, in Japan they did the same thing. They went around, they killed them all off, all the wolves. And now we have a epidemic of these large land herbivores just going into homes, not homes, but neighborhoods and crops and fields. There's more actual deer, white-tailed deer, than humans where I live. Okay. And it's because all the wolves have been killed off. And so not many people hunt nowadays, so clearly it becomes a problem. This word diffun, I'm not sure if this is warmth. It would be interesting to look this up. There's so many words like this that are just kind of little hints. If they're only used once in the Quran, it's clearly not an accident, right? But manafir is used quite a bit, and benefits really rings true. Manafir. Okay. We go on. This one is really critical, and please, let me see if you guys are still with me here. Let's hide this. Sorry, sometimes forget to hide the comments here and there. All right. What is your explanation on Surah 265? Oh, we're actually going to talk about that, Danny, somewhere later in the stream. We're going to talk about that. Does he mean actual apes? So, you know the case of those of you who broke the Sabbath, how we said to them, become apes, despised and hated. Does he mean the actual apes? This word is used for monkeys today in Arabic. Apes is kind of put in there, perhaps because the translators or whoever has the kind of knowledge from the Quran, I think they understand. Maybe they're trying to shoehorn some kind of evolutionary process there, but yeah, that's what he says. We made be apes. So when Allah says to a thing be, it is. That's how things work. We'll talk about that, mainly with pigs, but we'll talk about that idea. Salam, bro. Salam, Makalan Kali. Welcome to the stream. AI, the reason I looked into dietary because of giants who need to sustain itself on meat. That would be big, especially the biological environment where it would get the most light, aka North. Yeah, a lot of interesting concepts there. Like, Weston A. Price, he was a dentist, if you're not aware, in the chat. And in the 1920s, he went around the world and he looked at these tribal peoples and he found out, hey, wait a second, they're eating fat, organs, meat, dairy, fermented veggies, and everything else. Why are they so much healthier than American children who are now eating cereals for the first time? Oh, right, that's because they're eating what we all used to eat before the Industrial Revolution. They all had perfect teeth, and the ones that were given sugar, they all had crooked teeth. And then also, when you look at something really cool that he found, AI, was, you probably are aware of this, but the tribes in Kenya that ate, basically goat meat, 99% of their diet was goat meat and milk. They were incredibly tall, like 7 feet tall, at least, on average. The ones who ate a bit of omnivorous, they were a little bit shorter. And then the ones that ate mostly vegetables, they were even shorter than that. So he concluded, really, the balance is key. I think that's what he concluded in the end. Brothers, I'm still not sure what the meaning of khinzir is. We'll talk about khinzir because it's essential to understand this in the context of when Allah makes these prescriptions for us. You are what you eat, indeed. Welcome, Abdi Farah, to the stream. In New Zealand, there's more feral sheep than people. Yeah, exactly. We get sheep from New Zealand here, all the way across the world. They're one of their main exports is sheep, lamb. They've made hunting illegal in a lot of countries, so we're fully reliant on their system. Yeah, I heard that's the case in Germany and many places in the EU that you're not allowed to hunt. That's some BS. You can't hunt. Kearney Tix, I'm glad you brought up fermentation. Because this fermentation is different than the other one Allah tells you to avoid. And we'll talk about that. This is lactofermentation by lactic acid bacteria. Bacteria, if you're not aware in the chat, is not something we should be afraid of, really. In fact, you can look into the commonly accepted mainstream view is that we are mainly bacteria. We have a probiotic gut flora, and that's how we digest a lot of our food. But at the same time, we're supposed to put on sterilizing agents called hand sanitizers, so we don't have any bacteria. Like literally, there's bacteria that covers all life. Plants, if you eat them raw, have bacteria on them. Animals, if you eat them raw, like sashimi or something, they have bacteria on them. So what's going on? Why have they made us afraid of germs? Even though they call us germs as well, germ cells. We come from an embryo, a germination. I think people are being environmentally conditioned to like cannibals, like hormone imbalanced people. Well, I mean, that's the scary nature of the world. Is the khutawat of shaitan just keeps going forward with society, and before you know it, yeah, you'll see crazy things like that. They have promoted it. Yeah. Thank you for the answer. It's funny, translation says apes, pigs. Maybe it is meant that Allah made them mentally like apes, pigs, as he says, despised and hated. Well, perhaps. This is something I thought of in the beginning as well, but I'm going to show you that, whatever those khanzir are, the pigs that we have today, the apes that we see, and those are signs of something. Again, from the unseen, right? Like even these cattle that are mentioned in the Quran, Allah knows very well we are accustomed to cattle and all goats and cows and sheep and everything. But he's talking about really the ancestral breeds of them. And these ones are big. They're very big, these cattle. That's why the word in one of my live streams, I used the word behemoth, because that word is used in the Quran, and it's used for sacrificial animals like cattle. These large land herbivores. We know in our history we've had this all the time. Large megafauna that just grazed all day, whether they were elephants, whether they were cows, all kinds of things. Like imagine like a brachiosaurus sized cow, right? In fact, everything in the Quran seems to point that all life, all the creation comes from a progenitor group. The mountains we see come from the mountains. The cattle we see come from the cattle. And over time, things just shrink smaller and smaller and smaller till they come to us, right? So our ancestors were a lot bigger. Maybe some of them were just made to be small. I don't know. Yeah, Kernutix, you're absolutely right. Where I live, we're not allowed to drink milk, and that's the verse I'm going to talk to. It's a great segue. Directly from the cow, exactly as Allah had ordered us. It doesn't say put it in a pot and heat it and superheat it and everything. Nope. It says drink from what's in their bellies. Look, let me show you now that you mention it. Okay. Where is it? Right here. Here it is. 1666. Indeed, for you, in the grazing livestock is a lesson. It's like he's saying, take heed. We give you drink from what is in their bellies, butuni, between excretion and blood, pure milk, palatable to drinkers. The word for milk in the Quran is leban. And that's so cool because leban is usually what people use to refer to yogurt nowadays. I think in Egypt they still use this word for Leban. Other dialects, like in Syria, Palestine, Lebanon, Jordan, they use the word halib, halib. And Leban is just naturally, the milk has all the bacteria, all the fat, all the minerals, nutrients in there to naturally ferment by itself. It just sours. It doesn't go bad like the ones in the store. And you have to ask yourself, what is so dangerous about something everyone has eaten in raw, unpasteurized form for millennia that they have to regulate as if it's like a controlled substance? Maybe there's something really beneficial for us in there. If you follow hadith, right, you're gonna eventually come to the hadith where the Prophet put the seal of approval on people drinking urine when it comes to camels, right? I know we have to deal with this, right? What if maybe that's fake, and maybe Allah said in that verse right there, between excretions and blood. Do you want to hear something cool? Our bodies have springs. It's a circulatory system, right? Different circulatory systems in our body. Tajri, right? The springs in the Quran are described as flowing. That's exactly what we have in our bodies, flowing. So one of them is clearly blood, right? Blood is one of the springs. You're going to find that it's related to wine in the Quran. The other one is milk. This one is clearly for mammals like breastfeeding women. They have milk circulating. And it's literally a spring. It never runs out. The more the baby needs, the more the mom produces. This is why breastfeeding is so important in the Quran. If if you're a woman in Islam, you should know that this is what the Creator is telling you to do. If you can't do it, Allah actually says, get a wet nurse to do it for you. Whatever you're capable of, clearly, right? It's critical. It's critical. Musa, he was found by Pharaoh's household, right? The wife of Pharaoh found him, and she was just enamored. She was like, this is the, most beautiful baby ever. And she gave him back to his real mom, who was Imran's wife. She gave him back to Imran's wife. And Musa completed the term for breastfeeding. It's around 2 years. That's why he was so strong. That's why he really got his full capacity to it. And, like certain, communities that live off the land to this day, Amish people, Mennonites, you'll notice their kids are very robust. They don't get any of the injections, number one. No rates of any disorders that we're so accustomed to, behavioral disorders, genetic disorders. For example, on the autism spectrum, it's now getting more and more common now. I think it's like 1 in 50 boys in the UK have this disorder. They actually found that, and I'm going to recommend a channel at the end. They actually found that a lot of kids diagnosed with this disorder have gut issues. Like they can't digest anything, like their gut lining is ruined. How does that happen? Just naturally. Okay. And these communities, like, Amish people, they're drinking raw milk all the time. If you go to France, they will laugh at you to even consider eating pasteurized cheese. They will laugh at you. Maybe it's a little bit more expensive, but trust me, the quality has no equal. But anyway, going back to, shifting back a bit. Allah said between excretions and blood. Why did he mention that for milk, right? He mentioned that for milk very likely because Allah is showing you just how important this fluid substance is. So yeah, you could say, oh, I can't tolerate dairy, or fine. Maybe it takes time for most people to get to a level where they feel like, ah, my gut is restored, right? He's telling you milk is made from blood. Milk is made from blood. Without blood, you're dead. Like there's nothing. Without that going through you, that's it. That's why the halal slaughter is done in such a way. It's a tradition preserved even in non-Muslim countries. Everybody does it basically the same way. That's why halal is very malleable nowadays. If you think about it, everyone does this slaughter because they understand blood can be very toxic when it comes to contamination, right? You can get diseases from hemophilia, right? And that's because we shouldn't be having that stuff near us, at least for consumption. Other thing is, if it's filtered from the blood, that means all the nutrients there in the blood are in the milk. They don't tell you about this. There's actually iron in milk. And yeah, maybe it's not as much as in blood. Maybe it's not oxidized. That's why milk is not red or pink. But it's there. Especially if you get it raw. And that's why a lot of it is, they will never allow this. Like here in Canada, good luck. Basically, you have to know somebody with a farm. In America, it's a bit different. They have different states, different legislation. Sometimes they allow it for pets, but not for humans. So people just buy it as pet food. In the UK, like you mentioned, Dale Granton, you can buy it directly there because that's what they used to do. If you were alive in the 1900s, they would deliver it. The government would deliver it to your door in glass bottles, and they would actually compete with which one was better. So the one with more cream on the top, think about cream, Kareem, something really important, right? The one with more cream on the top, the people would take that and leave the other one. So they would compete to make the best product, the best milk. Now we're told, don't even drink things from cattle. Drink soy milk, drink rice milk, flax milk, oat milk, anything but the real thing. Yeah, Cornutics, mammoth meat, yeah. Funny that they tell us the mammoth died a long time ago. There's actually video of people eating mammoth meat today because it was frozen up in Siberia, and it's like you can still see the actual flesh. It's still tender. So that freeze happened very recently, right? Sorenberg, can you give me some insight on fluoride? It's in our drinking water. This is huge. Okay. The drinking water, you have to really find a way around that because you can't just go to the store. Yeah, they do have water in the store bottled without fluoride. The glass bottles will be pretty pricey, right? Like every liter or so, every two, it's going to be it's going to get expensive very quickly with glass. So really the solution is you have some kind of those large jugs, right? And just keep filling them because at least here where I live, you can go to so many places and they refill you with pure water, distilled water, reverse osmosis water. Sometimes they have alkaline water, no fluoride, never. Sometimes they'll sell spring water, which is cool because spring water is something that's really interesting because usually we're supposed to get minerals from that. The reason I like distilled is because you can add your own minerals. You can add your own salts, your own like whatever. And you just add things gradually. No one's going to be perfect overnight. Even like I struggle all the time with something like health. It's always uphill battle. But clearly, something that I remember hearing is, you know, and you can take all this with a grain of salt. You know, I'm just giving you some maybe breadcrumbs, I guess. What they put in treated municipal water is sodium fluoride. That's what they've put for a long time. That's a waste product of the aluminum manufacturing industry. Yeah, it's toxic. Guess what? They've gone even worse now. God knows what they put now. Now they put something called like hydrosalifluoric acid or something. It's literally you can find videos. They dump it using with a hazmat suit and they put it in the water supply. So if you use toothpaste, ditch the fluoride. If you drink water, get your own distilled, reverse osmosis, alkaline. And if you can, we used to drink all of our water with copper pipes. Then they switched them to lead and got everyone sick. And so they put it in plastic, actually. Yeah, if you can imagine, the pipes now are not metallic whatsoever. So doesn't that give you a hint? People are just accumulating. What you see is going on right now, and they're trying to scare people a lot, like as if they can't remove these things. They can absolutely remove any toxins in their bodies with fasting protocols, with a healthy diet. But now so many people have plastics in them. Why? Oh, is it because as soon as you're born, they give you a plastic baby bottle? There's no breastfeeding. They put in the soy formula. They add in the fluoridated water for babies. They don't even have teeth. I don't know why they would need it. And then they microwave it in the BPA plastic bottles. Even if it's BPA free, it's still plastic, right? Yeah. Since you're born, they do that. And then everything since then, they want to get rid of plastic, right? They want to be environmentally healthy. I go to the store, everything's in plastic. In Japan, in China, in Thailand, they have more plastic in those countries, more environmental waste than we will ever do in our lives. And they want to tell us that they're environmentally friendly. No. It's just meant to impoverish the people. Austerity measures, that's all it is. So, yeah, when you talk about fluoride, avoid it as much as you can. There's no value to it in the body, as far as what I see. They do actually have like calcium fluoride in nature, and calcium fluoride doesn't do anything. Goes through your system, whatever. Maybe that is like a ionic version that's benign. But guess what? They don't put that in the water. They put sodium fluoride. That's a chemical product. And now, I mean, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I forget the name of the chemical, but there's an acid with fluoride in it, right? And they use that as the source of fluoride in the water. Okay. So you have to wear a hazmat suit. And I put that in there so your teeth can be nice and shiny. Even though actually, like Brother Hayden mentioned, where is it here? Like Brother Hayden mentioned, it actually makes something called dental fluorosis. Okay, this is fluorosis. This is from the chemical. Of course. It's bad. It's not good. Thank you for bringing that up, by the way. Let's see here. Salam Hannah Banana, welcome to the stream. We're 1 hour in. I'm barely even through the verses, so I may as well. I'm just gonna let you guys chat a bit. I'll get through a good portion and I'll come back. To answer your question briefly, I do believe these are used as spiritual blockers. And I'm sure you probably mean the same thing, like your body is your temple, no doubt. Your spirit resides in your body before anything. So what do you think they're going to attack the most? I think you came a bit later into the stream. There's verses in the Qur'an that says, eat what is good for you, healthy and lawful, and do not follow Shaitan's footsteps. What does that tell you? That tells you Shaitan has weaponized what we consume, because he knows it will likely lead us astray. I mean, the obvious ones are alcohol, sugar. Sugar maybe not as much obvious, but sugar is a huge one. Medications. I'm not saying, like, again, I made a disclaimer. This is not medical advice. This is just a discussion. That's it. There's so many ways that Shaitan can get you to become spiritually shut down. In fact, the word for sugar is used in the Quran. The actual root of the word for sugar is used in the Quran, and it's called sukaran. They translate it as intoxicant. That word is used for something that closes you off. Sekkar, sekrin, something closed. Close the door. Sekkar al-bab. Now you see. Now you see what's going on. They don't care about money. They don't care even about if we're healthy or not. They care about this. Because when you're healthy and you're thinking, and you can propagate more humans, and you have vitality, what do you think is going to happen? Those people are more likely to figure things out. They're more likely to have something that doesn't make them slaves to the system. Alrighty. Sekera. Exactly, Rocky Balboa. Welcome to the stream, Rocky Balboa. Assalamu alaikum. So, I would argue, do not consume urine, as if this has to be said. Like what's mentioned in Hadith, don't consume blood. That's very obvious in the Quran, because milk has all of the nutrients and none of the waste products. Urine is just waste products. Blood is nutrients and waste products, and probably other things too. So, milk from the bellies. The milk is not pasteurized in the bellies of these creatures, right? He's saying drink what's in their bellies. He says the same thing about bees. Raw honey. You drink what's from in their bellies. That means that's literally from, that's as unadulterated as you can get. All right, so we got that out of the way. Allah has made for you from your homes a place of rest, and made for you from the hides of the animals' tents, which you find light on your day of travel and your day of encampment, and from their wool, fur, and hair is furnishing and enjoyment for a time. So, this just goes to show that these creatures are more than just fuel sources, food for us. They are industrial products. They can be used for transportation. They can be used for food. They can be used for drinking. They can be used for working, irrigating the fields. There's so much. It's like a sign from the Creator that you have this mutual relationship with these creatures. Kulu. And this word is pasturing, right? Ra'u. Ira'u. Not sure exactly how it goes because there is a bit of a problem when it comes to this word. Is it pasturing? Is it observing? Not sure. The idea is livestock are one of Allah's major signs. Ulan nuha, those of intelligence. There's a lot of these ulu people in the Quran. Ulu lil bab, ulu nuha, ulu lil ilm. That means like these people are just scattered around humanity, reading the Quran, being guided, and they are, praised by Allah in the Quran. They're not scholars by any means. They may witness benefits for themselves and mention the name of Allah on known days over what He has provided for them of al-an'am. But what's interesting here is you have the word behemoth in there, right? Bahimati al-an'am. So it's a specific category as well. And he says, eat of them. Why would we ever think we could never eat these things? Who told us this? Who told us that this is cruelty? Who told us that this is unhealthy? It has too much cholesterol, too much iron. It's bad for the environment. Who told us this? Allah told us, eat. That's a command. Kulu. It's like when He tells you to read the Quran. Iqra. He tells you to pray. If people get commands from the Quran from Allah. Well, is this not one of them? Eat them. Whoever honors the sacred ordinances of Allah, it is best for him in the sight of his Lord, and permitted to you are the grazing livestock except what is recited to you. That's to show you this category is very broad. Very broad. Al-an'am. It's just livestock. And a lot of livestock you'll see in the Quran shouldn't be eaten. Not much, really. Most of what you see in Islam is halal, overwhelming majority, except for a little portion. And he says, avoid the rijsa. Rijs is about impurity, filth. Rijsa. And avoid qawla zuri. Not sure what this means. But what's interesting about this word is it's related to falsehood in the Quran, zuri. And when people say they make ziyarat in Islam, especially Sufis and Shias, what do? They visit graves, and they at the risk of sounding like a Salafi, they call upon these dead people in these graves, in these tombs, in shrines. They call it ziyarat. So it's interesting, visitation. And for each ummah, so there's more than one ummah in the Quran, clearly, right? Even the animals are like ummahs. We have appointed a right that they may mention the name of Allah over what He has provided for them of animals. For your God is one God, so to Him submit, and give good tidings to the humble. What I noticed is, it's just kind of a habit you get, where it says, mention the name of your Lord, the name of Allah upon what He's provided you of these creatures, right? Bahimatil an'am, again, that's used as well. When you go to this word for mention, you're gonna find that oftentimes it's remember. So, question, do we have to really actually literally say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim every time we eat? We can. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. But I think people can get carried away, especially when, like, for example, this is a sunnah usually for Muslims before they eat, is Bismillah. And they will not even add the Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim part. They'll just say it's actually Bismillah. It's makruh to say Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. So, yeah, the Quran is meant to be studied by a collective as well as individuals. So you come to your own understanding. And you'll find that Allah accommodates every kind of people. He accommodates, women, men, children, elderly, young people, rich people, poor people, all the time. There's not a lot of laws in there, just basic guidelines that are very comprehensive, well thought out. And we have just complicated that under the guise of religion. Indeed, for you in livestock is a lesson. This word for lesson, i'bratan, is actually the word for Hebrew, interestingly enough. Ain ba ra. Ibra. Ibra'i. That's the word for Hebrew in Arabic. And notice Hebrew is just a distortion of Araba, Arabic. That's not a coincidence, right? Ain ra ba is Arabic. Ain ba ra is Hebrew, officially to this day. And it's used here in using as a lesson, something didactic, okay? Whatever it means. So Allah says, we give you drink from what is in their bellies. And for you is in them many benefits, and from them you eat. Okay. Mention again, grazing livestock. Provided you with grazing livestock and children, sons. That's the whole verse. 4 words. These livestock are on the level of children. Benin. Why? It just shows you really, like, maybe it's associating fertility, because when people would want to have a child back then, they would really eat these kinds of foods, okay? Fertility foods. Maybe it's related to just the ultimate joys in life. Like, some of the biggest mercies is children, and then some of the best wealth, even to this day, is livestock, right? If you think about it. Back in the day, everybody had a farm, everybody had a horse. In recent history, now we have cars, we have grocery stores, convenience stores, and the rich people have farms. The rich people have horses and stables. They have pastured animals, as if that was the wealth all along from the Creator, right? Did they not see that we have created for them from what our hands have made, grazing livestock, and they are their owners? The word used here is malik, which pretty much means owner, holder, somebody with the rights over someone else. Allah says He made this with our hands, right? And it's interesting, the same type of vocabulary is used for the creation of Adam. Something I should mention is the cattle and the foods that are specifically for Adam when he was evicted. Well, I should say he was descended from Jannah. These creatures were sent down, an'am. And it's interesting, right? They were sent down from where? From Jannah. These creatures, originally, their ancestors, just like our ancestor Adam, is from Jannah. The really special Jannah, the one that like only the chosen few will ever attain. And Allah is saying that you are created always to be the owners of these creatures. They cannot survive in the wild. Maybe they're domesticated. That's just a story from evolutionary history. We don't know. Maybe they've always been domesticated for Adam to use, Beni Adam, Beni Israel, to use for all of their benefits. They put in their cattle, right? But really livestock. Even today, the things of value are called stock, the stock market, right? So here it says, we have tamed them for you. Allah tamed these animals for us. Maybe that's what it means, not sure. But you can kind of construe from the root, like if it's people that are made humbled, right? That means they will do as they're told, right? That's like with these animals. Similar idea, right? So from them we ride, and from them we eat. There are benefits and drinks. When will you give thanks? They've taken besides Allah gods, perhaps they may be helped. All right. This is an interesting verse. He created you from a soul. Then he made from it its mate, zawjaha. And he produced for you from the grazing livestock 8 mates. We're going to discuss which species those are. He created you in the wombs of your mothers, creation after creation within 3 darknesses. That is Allah your Lord, to him belongs dominion, there is no deity except him. So how are you averted? It is Allah who made for you the grazing animals upon which you ride, and some of them you eat. We just mentioned a verse with this exact language. Indeed, Allah will admit those who have believed and done righteous deeds to gardens beneath which rivers flow, springs, rivers. But those who disbelieve enjoy themselves and eat as grazing livestock and eat, and the fire will be a residence for them. This is really something not to be understated. This isn't Surah Muhammad. We're going to come back to the surah with the different springs in there, the rivers. Allah is saying the ones who disbelieve, الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا يَتَمَتَّعُونَ بِيَأْكُلُونَ كَمَا تَأْكُلُ الْأَنْعَامُ. The ones who disbelieved eat like these animals. And you can imagine how they eat. They just eat all day, every day, plants, mainly plants. So you go to, let me see if I can find it. Whoops. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. Like, I don't even have to find a video. It's just been a trend. You guys have probably heard of this mukbang thing and everything, right? This is still going on. It's like how you can eat yourself into an early grave, right? Um, I mean, it's entertaining, clearly it's entertaining. But what they do like throughout the world and the Middle East and everywhere is they record themselves gorging on food, very unhealthy food, mind you, which is mainly plant-based. Like most of the junk food is plant-based. And clearly, that is what Allah is alluding to. If we go back, the people of hellfire eat like the grazing livestock. And the contrast with that, with the people of Jannah, companions of the garden, what are they doing the whole time? Are they really eating? It's Jannah. You don't need to eat. You're not hungry. They're tasting. You taste the fruit. Wow, that tastes really amazing. Amazing. So good. Let me move on to the next one. That tells you the differential from the dunya to the akhirah. The people of Jannah, food is like just their lives are not defined by food. They just eat what they know is good. And by the way, if you look at a vegan plate compared to a plate that's animal based, the animal based one will be always smaller because you're satisfied quicker. Eggs, butter, meat, um, man, all of our culture is based around it. All of it. Like, if you go to the restaurant, right, and they give you like a steak, all the plants are the stuff decorating around the steak. They're just like ornaments. The steak is the main thing. It's the main gift. So, when you're having those giant salad bowls as a plant-based eater, that's how the grazing cattle eat. That's how the people of hellfire eat. That's how they will drink as well. They will drink the scalding water. That's just very like, I don't ever want to even think um, about like any kind of conditions like that. The people of Jannah, they're just tasting. Oh, very nice. It's like they're in a fasted state or fast mimicking diet or something. When you fast more often, you'll notice you're very not hungry at all. You'll notice you're in a state called ketosis, where your body does not actually use sugar as an energy source. It uses ketone bodies. Those are animal fat derivatives. So, yeah, imagine the people of hellfire. You can almost gauge where that comes from, right? Even bodybuilders eat like grazing livestock. Maybe because bodybuilding is not really a healthy thing in and of itself. The idea behind it. The culture around it, clearly toxic. And when you think about it, all of the people in history, tribal, cultural groups, everything, they're lean. Humans are lean. Like, we don't need to just gorge our mouths so we can grow the, type 2 muscle fibers in our body. Uh, so by the time we're 40, 50 years old, you're just like pre-diabetic because you've been eating all of this. You've been basically secreting so much insulin over your lifetime. Now your body gives out. This is a really like deep topic, by the way. I'm just giving little hints. If you want to learn more about it, trust me, the resources are there. All right. You gotten through the cattle. Let's see. Yeah. Let me see here. Yeah, Elias, you're gonna find that the Quran alone community is as tight-knit as it gets. You know why? Because everything is against these people. Organized religion, non-Muslims, atheists, humanists, vegans now. Everything is against these people. Even the people that appropriate the Quran to believe like for some reason like Russia is Beni Israel. Russia is all ridiculous. I can't believe that this even gets any airtime. Let's see here. Rahani got so much enzymes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Welcome to the stream. New path, no return. Do. Yeah. Personally, I would never drink urine. No way. That's it. I like milk. And by the way, you'll hear this vegan argument where it's like, milk is for newborn humans. We should only drink human milk during the first few years of life. No, Allah is saying drink from these animals. They're literally created to fill this function. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, Aaron BV, you're absolutely correct. The way the cattle are raised today, yeah, it would be a major problem. That's the issue. That's the issue. They tell us there's not enough land. There's more than enough land. You know how much one farm produces of product? It's insane. They can spare like dozens and dozens, hundreds of liters a week of milk, pure milk, easily. And it's cheap. It's very cheap too. They've made this such an expensive product now. Yeah. So look, Rana, the jobs that are tied to major companies in the world, like green money, like grass, and the company full of people is put on stock market, like livestock with cows. I didn't put it in the verses because it's a little bit irrelevant. But yeah, that's a great observation. Allah says those who do not think, those who do not reflect, you know what they're like? They are like cattle. No, they are more astray. Deaf, dumb, blind. That gives you a hint as to what you should be doing and what you shouldn't be doing. For instance, there's a term, like you mentioned, AI, called chattels. Chattel, cattle. Same thing. Chattels are used, in the legal system we have to live in. A stock, when somebody is a good stock, that means they're a valuable commodity. This is how humans are outsourced and surplused and warehoused. Humans are treated like cattle because the people at the top, you're going to find they have a totally different set of rules and they style themselves as the chosen ones. Really, they're not. But they will make the system revolve around as if they are. Yeah, exactly. Like you said, yeah, the top sees us as cattle, right? In a very literal way, by quite disturbingly. Hot Spring, welcome to the stream. Salam alaikum. Kernutics, I've heard from raw goat milk and decent milk kefir grains have miraculous effects on the skin. That's a very interesting thing. I used to drink more kefir back in the day. I like, interesting they named it kefir. Okay. But clearly the people that are like the cows and not drinking from them are the kafirin. Anyway, Dani, it's a great point. Something I should mention. These herbivorous animals. They're called ruminants. That's really what Allah is talking about. Ruminating livestock. That includes deer, cows, goats, sheep. Camels are a little bit different, but the same idea. They go out and they just eat the pasture. They eat the animal feed. Sometimes people will feed them all kinds of things to boost the fat development on these creatures. In the Bible, it's even more obvious. Like the Bible, it says like the fat is the most prized part of the animal. They have these fat-tailed sheep that they call like biblical sheep. They have them around today, and the fat is on their entrails, on their buttocks. That's where it hangs, because that stuff has all the vitamins. That's where fat is stored in. Vitamins are stored in the fat. Vitamin A, vitamin D. That's where we get it from. So the reason they have four bellies, Danny, is because they need to digest the hardest food on the planet, on the earth, I should say, to digest, which is grass. Fibrous, dense material, fiber, right? And guess what? Their rumen does all the work. The bacteria in them does all the work. There's not an animal on the planet. I keep saying planet because this is like the topic. There's not an animal on the earth that can digest fiber. It's actually digested by bacteria. So you know what's interesting? These cows and animals are full of it, the bacteria. We're full of the bacteria. That's why we can kind of partially digest fiber. If you're healthy enough, you digest a little bit. Mostly just exits you, doesn't do anything. How could we ever think our gut could ever be adjusted to that lifestyle? Plants. How? You know what we look like? You know what our stomach looks like? This is what our digestive tract looks like. You can see on the screen. This is a wolf. This is a human. This is a sheep. So you can be basically two different kinds of creatures. You can be a sheep or a wolf. Have you ever watched the film Training Day? Are you a sheep or are you a wolf? Okay. The wolf, the dogs, the cats, they all have acid stomachs, pH of 1 to 2. Humans actually have one of the most acidic stomachs in the animal world. Sheep, though, I wonder if it shows you here. Oh, by the way, look at the digestive tract length. Humans, 1 to 5 ratio, 1 to 4 ratio. So that means your intestinal tract is about 5 or 4 times longer than you. Or sorry, small intestine, entire digestive tract. Okay. Wolves are very similar. Wolves actually have a bigger ratio than us. That means we digest meat better than them. Okay. Wolves. Sheep, though, massive digestive tract. Sheep. Of course, they're digesting grass all day. That's very hard without some help. Then you go to gorillas. Gorillas are like horses. They're hindgut digesters. Have you ever seen gorillas, how big their bellies are? Dogs and humans. Pigs a little bit longer. It's like this has been figured out already. Gorillas eat plants all day. And you know what's interesting? Gorillas, cows, sheep, all these herbivorous kind of animals, You know what they get from these leaves? What they get from this grass? They get saturated fat. I know, it's crazy, but they have enzymes there that convert the green into saturated fat. We can't do that. We have to get the saturated fat directly. And if you think that that clogs up your arteries, nope, not at all. Your cells are made of saturated fat. They're made of cholesterol. They're made of protein. Everything that they tell us is bad for us. We have ion channels for salt in there as well. We can't eat like gorillas. Their colons are massive, very long. And it makes sense. We just can't get enough nutrients from plants. Oops. Sorry, guys. Sorry, vegans. I'm sorry. And that's why gorillas, as well as the livestock, all the livestock, what do? They eat all day. All day, they're always hungry. They have to eat a lot. That's kind of a bad deal in a way. We got a good deal. We just eat a little bit of, pound or two, protein, fat, whatever. We're good. Most people don't even need that much. So, Beni Israel are the first instance in the Quran when it comes to this diet. Salamun Kenneth Blaine, welcome to the stream. Ah, great point. In Jannah, they eat out of curiosity, but in hellfire, it is out of necessity. Yep. And in hellfire, they cannot eat enough. They're choking how much they're eating and drinking. And it's just the most terrifying food on the menu. You go into the restaurant in Jahannam, and it's just like the most terrifying food you can imagine. Okay, I would like some. I'll have a start of scalding water to start. That'll be my my appetizer. They probably eat bugs in Jahannam. I'm going to talk about bugs and insects as well. But these creatures are creepy to us for a reason, right? They're not appetizing at all. Don't let them fool you into thinking we should be eating crickets as humans for protein. Don't touch that stuff ever. And I'm telling you honestly, you'll be glad you did. Don't worry, Sam. I appreciate the sentiment, honestly. That's not my goal whatsoever. I don't have any books to sell. I don't have any Patreon, nothing, whatever. I know times are tough and here and there, but I'm confident. I'm really confident. If you find, not everything is money, honestly. There's all kinds of currencies in the Quran. The support is enough. The comments, the likes, everything, all that is good enough for me, honestly, because this is really out there for most people. It's never been about money. Never. But I appreciate that. Person growing up with good food will be bigger in general. Correct. Alexander, welcome to the stream. Assalamu alaikum. Correct. And we discussed a little bit about that. I think what is driving people to the zombie-like would be the chronic deficiencies due to mucoid plaque blocking the villi in the small intestines from absorbing almost any nutrition from fiber. Very interesting. Again, everything starts in the gut. Any natural health guru will tell you everything starts in the gut, and they're right. That's where everything gets absorbed. Your gut lining, the first part of the small intestine. That's what you become when you eat. All right. So yeah. Thanks for the this clarification there, Carnutics. Salam Benjamin 786. Salam to everybody in the chat. Yeah, it's very liberating, isn't it, Hot Spring? Like, it's like all of a sudden you just have no OCD anymore. You have no, like, you don't have to wonder, oh my god, when is the salat? When did I am I in the state of ritual impurity, or am I in the state of minor ritual impurity? Did I give salam to the person, or astaghfirullah, I should have said salam in this way. I should have got more hasanat from this. Oh, did I enter my house on my right foot? Did I say the Fatiha? Did I drive in my car saying this dua that's from the Sunnah? Did I go to the mosque today? Oh my goodness, it's already 9:44. Did I do the duha prayer, the non-mandatory duha prayer? This doesn't work. Doesn't work. It can't work. That's why it's enjoyable. We've not made the deen any difficulty. It's all out there. And it's catered to the person as long as they follow the guidelines, the limits. They value the principles, the value system in the Quran. Everything else, it's like a magical journey, this adventure called life. Allah just gives you the framework. That's it. Everything else is just, I'm glad you commented that. Yeah. Sometimes it's good to have that privacy. Like, really, really good. Most of the land used, but also the soil they farm, has not been able to recover the nutrients because they farm so much in a tiny space. Also, Alexander, Alexander. Also, the reason is because we don't do regenerative agriculture anymore. Most of the roaming large land creatures, they don't contribute to the soil's regeneration anymore. What we do is we don't even do permaculture. We take all these crops, we put one type of crop, one genetically modified crop, and we plant it for acres and acres. You know what that does? That can only exist with fertilizer, nitrogen-based fertilizers and pesticides. So it kills all the pests, and we somehow eat it. Then over time, a few seasons pass by, you notice the soil becomes weaker because there's no animals contributing to the soil. And so you turn the soil into a desert over time. What's your opinion on the giant of Kandahar? I think AI knows more about that than me. This is really interesting, Carnetics. Farmed fish are given pig waste. Always get wild-caught fish, grass-fed, grass-finished cows, buffalo, hunt for venison. This is the standard people should be going towards. It's difficult. Everybody needs to start somewhere. But if you do the work, you can find that Allah will make a way for you. Because that's a great investment in this life, right? Farmed animals slaughtered in ways that the fear chemicals become abundant in their blood. Salam alaikum, Manji. Welcome to the stream. Salam alaikum, Indiana Genesis. Welcome back. Oh yeah, this is a very interesting thing too. So the animals themselves, the carnivorous animals like us, we're basically carnivorous animals. Carnivore means not that you just eat meat, although you could, but it means that you eat pretty much over the majority of your food is animals. So for example, like 60, 70, 80%, those are all classed as carnivore, even if they have some plants. The lions, you know what they do? They hunt an animal, they kill it, they eat it without any halal slaughter or anything, because animals are They don't have free will. They don't have to obey these guidelines, but they eat meat nonetheless. And the male, the dominant male of the pride, will make an incision into the zebra or gazelle or wildebeest, and he'll go straight for the liver. He eats the liver before anything else because he's the top man, the top guy. So liver, that's mentioned in hadith, by the way. If you wanna bring up hadith, I didn't have time, but hadith mentions two things. Very good. Spleen, liver. These are among the meat. They call it blood. It's not blood. I'll show you what the definition of blood is, inshallah. That has all. That's like a multivitamin, basically. So, yeah, yeah, you're right, Manju. Thank you for the comment. I was in the same boat, in a way. Oh, hi, Omar Abu Zaid. Assalamu alaikum. Here's a question, and I do have a lot to get through, so I'm going to have to leave the chat here and there. But do you throw all of jurisprudence of Islam out if it's not directly mentioned in the Quran? Assalamu alaikum. And you add also, where do you draw the line between different interpretations from people who are reading the same verses? The things that are going to be true, pretty much everybody will conclude to be true. If not, then they're lying, right? Because Allah's book is clear. Mind you, there are people that they want the Quran to be whatever they want. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what the text says in Arabic. Okay? The jurisprudence of Islam cannot even agree what to eat. Let's get that straight. Hanafis, they don't eat seafood. They just eat fish with scales, like Jews. Shias, same thing. Although Shias make an exception for shrimp, even though shrimp are crustaceans and they would be haram like all the other crustaceans, but they make an exception using these arbitrary guidelines, not in the Quran. Shafi'is, Malikis, Hanbalis, they all eat what Hanafis consider haram. That's just for food. It's not about throwing out things not mentioned in the Quran directly. The things that are directly mentioned in the Quran will give you the tools to figure out all the other things. You understand? The Quran is a complete guidance. If Allah put everything in the Quran exactly as we want it, we would never finish the book. We'd still be on chapter 1. He put all the things in such a way so that you can discern with this book, does this make sense or no? Simple. The jurisprudence of Islam gets many things right. No problem. I mean, the very obvious things, right? Worship one God, believe in the last day. Yeah, of course. I admire, for example, how different sects take different... I actually praised Shia Islam for making fatwas against veganism. That's a good thing. I praised, indirectly, the Salafis, you can call them Wahhabists, for making a clear line of people not praying to shrines and calling upon the dead, even though they do it as well, but okay, no problem. The idea is true, even if the people who do it are hypocrites. That's what you get from that, right? Like in Christianity, they do a lot of the same things that Muslims are told to do in the Quran. Jews, same thing. The question is, what is the complete guidance, true, consistent, just unadulterated? The Quran. The Bible is adulterated, no question. The hadith, I mean, they have all this. It's all based on arbitrary guidelines to figure out which hadith is authentic. You think that like all these chains, there's not a bias in there? We've talked about this in the past live streams. It's not throwing out the jurisprudence of Islam. The jurisprudence of Islam exists because the Quran has been abandoned. Does that make sense? How am I getting all these topics just from the Quran? How is the Quran pointing me to all of the knowledge? I've never had to go through any Medina University or schooling system or anything like that. I just studied things from my own time. And I'll tell you what, the reason why the Quran has to be from God is because any topic you discuss, literally anything, like I did in the past, I studied all these things, all these conspiracies, all these rabbit holes and everything. And what's the only book, only guidance, only source of knowledge that addresses all of them, whether directly or indirectly? The Quran. I was just showing you the Quran is against Islamic jurisprudence often. When it comes to urine, camel urine, when it comes to adult breastfeeding, this is clearly the Quran. It has a different conclusion to that, these practices. And the Quran is so merciful because people that do these practices are given a chance to reform. It says what happened before, whatever. That's what happened before. But now, follow the guidance. I hope that makes sense. SubhanAllah, yeah. All right, guys. Let's get on forward with it. Okay, there's a lot to cover. This is Beni Israel, and Beni Israel are the first people we know of that go away from Allah's commands. Okay, at least when it comes to diet, food, and believe by what has been sent down, confirming to what is with you all. And do not be first of a kafir by it. And do not exchange by my signs a price, a small price, to me alone. Where is it? Is it this one? Hang on 1 second. Here it is. Okay. I put in the wrong number. And recall when said Musa, we can never endure one food. So call upon your Lord to bring forth for us from the earth its green herbs and its cucumbers and its garlic and its lentils and its onions. Musa said, would you exchange what is better for what is less? Go into his settlement, and indeed you will have what you have asked. They were covered with humiliation and poverty and returned with anger from Allah. That was because they disbelieved in the signs of Allah and killed the prophets without right. That was because they disobeyed and were habitually transgressing. One food. What is the one food? I mean, Beni Israel are in a very interesting place in the story. But let's just throw all that aside for a minute. What is the plain understanding of the verse, the mainstream understanding of the verse suggest? It suggests Beni Israel, number one, are not content with what Allah has sent down, what He's commanded of them, which is to eat one kind of food or one food in general. The other thing is, they constantly, in this Surah Al-Baqarah, they constantly say, your Lord, Musa. Musa, your Lord, as if he's not their Lord. How disgraceful, how disrespectful from what Allah did for them, right? And what do they want from Musa? To tell his Lord? They want Musa to give them plants. Tunbitul ard. What grows from the earth like a plant, because nabta is a plant. Baqliha, herbs, cucumbers, garlic, lentils, onions, whatever those are. That's what a lot of them are called that today. Adas is lentils, basal is onions, thum, garlic. But what does Musa say? He says, Ya Bani Israel, what are you talking about? You already have good food and you want these plants. You want what's inferior. And Allah is giving you something better. Okay? So he says, go. Go find what you want. And they're humiliated. Remember, we looked at this word, dhillatu? Adhillatu. This is used for the animals that are tamed. They literally went into poverty and slavery and misery, humiliation, because they were not content with the type of food Allah gave them. Later in the story, you will see exactly what Allah commands them to do. This is the name of this surah. Okay, so these are the part of Bani Israel that have this wrath upon them from Allah. Maghdub alayhim. Here's an interesting thing too. So alladhina hadu, if you watch my video, these are people from Bani Israel, kind of like a collective. That's why Bani Israel is way, way more vast than what we're told. Alladhina hadu are a section of society that you could basically summarize down to the West, the Western mindset. Okay. And Allah is saying that we forbade every dhil dhufurin. Dhil dhufurin. What is a dhil dhufurin? A bearer of talons. You know, like those carnivorous creatures, they have talons. This is another caveat from Allah. He doesn't change his ways. This is not for the Torah. This is showing a principle, in my opinion. Because chickens do not have talons. They have claws. Okay? And definitely, these are not used for hunting. Because talons are used for hunting. Large birds, like birds of prey, right? These are not animals you should be eating. Okay? Why? Why don't we eat carnivores in the Quran? Why don't we eat wolves and lions and dogs and eagles and all the rest of them? Why? Some people do. Some people in Asia, they actually put some of these things on the menu. Okay? The reason why it's wrong is because these animals bioaccumulate toxins. That's one reason. Another reason, they get tons of parasites. Tons of them. They are not clean for us to eat. And interestingly enough, Allah summarizes this with what? We forbade them every bearer of talons. Have you ever seen what they look like? They are used for killing. They are big. This is the guy's finger, and these are the instruments of hunting. Lions, raptors, wolves, bears. Have you seen bears? They're huge. Okay. So anyway, this is another caveat. And Allah adds to this. This was a punishment for them, right? So he forbade them this, and here comes the punishment. From the baqar, the cows, and the sheep, specifically those two, strangely, We forbade upon them their fat. شحومهما, both of their fat. So the cattle and the sheep have very important deposits of fat for human health. And this was forbidden for them except what they carried on their backs or their entrails. This is the basis behind why Jews believe they follow a kosher diet. Kosher diet is lean. And the reason why is because they're not allowed, according to their scripture. The Quran is just highlighting something upon alladhina hadu, okay? Which could be way more profound than that. They're not allowed to eat all the fat, like for instance, sheep fat, right? Is extremely nutritious. They use it to this day for everything. Tail fat. If you've ever had shawarma, this is what they use to cook shawarma on those spits. Muslims don't have a problem because they've been raising sheep. These are fat-tailed sheep. They've been raising them for a long time. However, if you believe in Judaism, the really religious Orthodox Jews, they avoid shawarma because it uses lamb fat that they're not allowed to eat from the tail. Okay? So, he says, that is the recompense for their rebellion. Indeed, we are truthful. This just highlights the value that this would be God's punishment to prevent people from this. And what do we see? We see all the time. Low fat, low cholesterol, low saturated fat. These are bad for you, apparently. According to God, it's a punishment not to have them. How'd that get there? And when said Musa to his people, indeed, Allah commands you that you slaughter a cow. This is the famous story. What do they say? Do you take us in ridicule? He literally, their prophet, their messenger told them, this is what Allah wants, and they think it's a joke. That's how divorced from reality Bani Israel are, even to this day. Even to this day. The concept of plant-based diets, the concept of low salt, low fat, all this stuff, low cholesterol, the modern medical system is the brainchild of Bani Israel. Because they've always been in rebellion, it seems. Probably from day one, which is why all the prophets were sent there. He said, I seek refuge by Allah that I be that I be from the ignorant. He calls them ignorant for refusing Allah's command. And they say, pray for us to your Lord. This is a bad thing, right? When you see Muslims perform tawassul, this refers to intercessory prayer, where somebody will pray to a righteous person like one of the imams or one of the prophets or something. And they believe that Allah will answer that prophet or that human being more than them, as if you don't have a direct line to Allah at all times. This is what Bani Israel are doing. The bad actors from Bani Israel do this. You, Musa, you ask from your Lord to make clear to us, even though it's already clear what it is. Indeed, he says, indeed, يقول إنها بقرة. So she's a cow. لا فارض ولا بكر. أعوان بين ذلك. The point why I put this story in here is that this is the act that is necessary for all human societies. Slaughtering. Eid al-Adha, the festival of the slaughter, is coming up in a few weeks. And the Muslims slaughter more cattle than any religion I know of, really, especially in India. And what's interesting is they don't have a problem with people just not eating meat, even though it's so central to the story. The longest surah in the Quran is named after an animal that has to be slaughtered. Okay? They keep being insistent and defiant with Musa. They treat Musa like he is just this like vessel for them to get what they want from God. And he gives them all the details. He tells them everything is exactly what Allah conveys to him. Eventually, they say, okay, now we've satisfied our demands. So they slaughtered her. And they almost didn't do it. This concept of animal cruelty and slaughtering is still with us today. Our children are growing up in a world divorced from these natural cycles. People and tribes don't have a problem. They're connected to the earth and everything. Why do we find it abhorrent? Think like, like Beni Israel would think that we can't do this. We could almost barely do this, slaughter the animal. And certainly came our messengers to Ibrahim. Let me show you what Ibrahim has on his menu. These angels, Rusuluna, come to Ibrahim with glad tidings, and they say Salamun. He says Salamun. And he did not delay, as any good host, Ibrahim, he did not delay in bringing them a meal to welcome them. Come to my house, come to my home. I have tons of food. And the very first thing he brings, very quickly, is Ijl, Hanith. You're going to find that this word Hanith is used once. So this is a roasted calf. But it's not a roasted calf. Because when we look in the other account of this word, he goes to his household, his family. He comes out with a fattened calf. A fattened calf. So this is a young animal. Okay. Fattened. And what hanith actually means instead of roasted is something that's bound. So like how you could say that maybe he roasted this fattened calf. That works as well. But what's so interesting, Allah doesn't even bother to mention it even being cooked. I guess you could assume it is. But this restriction is how people slaughter animals. They will tie their legs and cut their throats. And this is how it's always been done. So this is the bound calf. That's why it says he did not delay in binding the calf. Then he goes to his family. He brings to them a fattened calf. His descendants, strangely, will be worshipping this very likeness. Ibrahim sees it as dinner. His Beni Israel descendants, they see it as God. Amazing. Amazing, the parallels. If you want to talk about layers of meaning in the Quran, this is how you approach that. Look at how the words are used, the same word. What stories they're in, what's the context, what's the account of events. Fattened calf. Then we go into honey. Chapter 16 is called the bees. And the bees are obviously mentioned in there. And what you'll find throughout chapter 16, it's all about the human diet. That's a great one to read if you want to read what Allah tells you to eat and drink and be glad from His blessings. Allah inspired, and obviously what we call bees today it still fits the definition of what Allah calls bees. Okay. So what you're going to notice is Allah inspired toward the bees. Not bee, that would be nahla. Nahl is bees. Take from the jibal buyutan wa min al-shajar wa mimma ya'rishun. This still applies today. Even outside the unseen in our world, this still works. That's why people still use this to mean honey and bees and the whole meaning behind it. Then he tells the bees again, eat from all of the fruits. Usluk. Sabula rabbiki dhululan. Then he tells you, comes forth from their bellies, again raw, in a raw state, sharabun, a drink, something fluid, varying colors. I did kind of show maybe what the higher version of, because what the Quran is essentially is a book that is the way the revelation is sealed in a way is there are levels to every single, like eventually you get to the highest point, which is what it is. But what you're going to realize is that's at the level of the unseen, which you can only kind of approximate at the moment. Right now, what we see is that honey and bees, and you can tell that they have something to do with bees because the word for what you call palm trees, right, is very similar to bees. Bees is nahl, and palm trees, they call palm trees, is nakhl. Nahl, nakhl. It's a pair. And they tell us, Allah tells us in the Quran that palm trees have something called tulu'. Tulu'. What that is often translated as date clusters or translated as spadix, like a reproductive organ of the plant. But actually it means pollen. That's what it means. It means pollen. So of course, nahl are going to be related to the nakhl trees that have pollen. This is an example. Here we go. This is an example of Jannah, the one which we promised the muttaqun, those conscious of God. In it are rivers, rivers from water, which is not polluted, rivers from milk, which doesn't change its taste, rivers from khamr. This is like a fermented drink. Okay, you can put in wine there if you want. لذة للشاربين, and rivers from asalin, honey. Musaffan, chosen. I'm not sure what it means, but and for them, in them, from every of the fruits, each of the fruits, and forgiveness from your Lord. Is he like the one who will abide forever in the fire, and will be given drink of water that's hamiman, boiling, so it cuts his intestines into pieces. Scary stuff. But I just want to highlight the four rivers and how these four rivers are analogous to the four springs in us, right? Khamr is clearly like blood. Asl, honey, is sweet, right? Clearly like, it's even yellowish, golden, clearly like urine, right? Urine is actually where they diagnose people with diabetes, which just means sugar. That they have sweet urine is like diabetes. So this is analogous to the rivers in Jannah, where you have the eternalized, incorruptible versions of those. Leban, river of milk, is the tract of breastfeeding women, right? They produce milk. Mammary glands of all mammals, like us. And the last one is water. Water is our lymphatic system. It has ions in there. It's parallel to the circulatory system of blood. 4 circulations, 4 rivers. He is the one who sent down from the sky a water so that you from it is drink. I remember in the chat mention of how they ban rainwater in the US and other places. I wonder why. And from it, shajarun, trees. They put it as vegetation here. And we can argue what tusimuna means. Does that really mean to pasture your cattle? Not sure. But he causes to grow for you with it all kinds of things. And these are other foods mentioned. So olives are mentioned in the Quran. Nakhil. Anyone's guess is that palm trees, even if it is palm trees, and you are told to eat dates and coconuts and whatever, you'll find that this stuff is very much agreeable as long as you don't make that the basis of your diet. Anab, grapes, same thing. And from every kind of the fruits, thamarat. Thamarat is a very broad category of products from the earth. وهو الذي سخر البحر لتأكلوا منه لحما. The first thing that Allah tells you from the sea is not seaweed, it's not even salt, it's meat. لحما طريا. Now let me ask you, why does Allah point out that the meat has to be tender from the sea? I agree that the seafood that we see, usually, like let's say fish, even like salmon, right? Salmon swim out to the sea and they go back to the rivers, and much of the seafood is actually like tender, right? Fish. If you go to Japan and you have sashimi, raw fish, this is like a worldwide phenomenon. Everybody eats sashimi. So clearly there's no problem with eating fish in its original state. Why would it be a problem for milk or for red meat? You know, it's just so interesting to me that Allah combines this tender meat with ornaments, precious ornaments that you extract and you wear. What type of food has ornaments in there and tender meat? The first thing that comes to mind for me is oysters. Oysters officially are haram according to Hanafis, according to Jews, according to Shia Muslims. When Allah directly alludes to the fact that you eat from the tender meat and you extract the ornaments. Oysters are some of the most powerful sources of, like, the most dense source of zinc. If you're a man, you need that to make testosterone. You know, women that eat oysters, seafood, a lot of this. I know it's a bit, there's a taste issue that comes with this, okay? Because we're used to foods that are not natural. But people do this all the time. People eat lobster, crab. Have you ever tasted those foods? Do you know how good they taste? Sometimes they taste even better than the land animals. And Allah is saying, eat from the sea. Eat everything from the sea. This is the precious, precious meats. That's why there's no slaughter for the sea life. But for the land, it's mandatory. The slaughter has to be carried out. Why? Whatever's in the sea is like heaven. The heavens are alluded to a sea. And some people believe that a lot of these animals come from that sea. They just rain down, or somewhere in the earth, the eggs are deposited. That's why you see like floods in like India or Pakistan, where the flood waters reside. The flood waters recede, and you see all this fish in the middle of the street. Where did the fish come from? They weren't blown with the wind, the fish. clearly there's more to our world than what we're told, right? All right, that you may be grateful. Be grateful for all these blessings. Okay. That's seafood. Introduce seafood in there. He doesn't even suggest, Allah doesn't even suggest anything from the seas as being like, oh, just don't avoid these things. Avoid. Trust me. Trust me. There's a lot from the sea you'll never even find. It's at the bottom. You'll never even be able to harvest that. It's very obvious what you take from the seas, right? Is going to be food, just right across the board, food. Again, he mentions the same thing. Okay. Is it mentioned here? Yeah. Yep. So interesting that Jannah is mentioned in hereafter with two types of foods: fruit and meat. Why no milk? Why no eggs? Why no? Because these things are already embedded in Jannah. There's a river of milk. You really think you're going to need to get it from the cows? There's probably plants in there that produce like everything we crave in this world. Like you mentioned chocolate, right? We like chocolate. We like coffee. We like all kinds of flavors that are unhealthy now, mainly unhealthy. But in Jannah, there is no telling what kinds of fruits there are there, right? Everything is just tasting. And you try it and it's like, that's how it is. Whatever meat from what they desire. They pass a cup. No ill speech therein. No sin. You understand? It's like totally different. Totally different. Similar in a way. We have aspects of this. And specifically what's mentioned actually in the Quran is flesh from birds. So that's something amazing because of all the meats that Allah could have chosen for us in Jannah, He singled out fowl. Think about it, like pigeon, quail, chicken, turkey. There's something about these particular foods, and what these animals give you. And we have no idea what kinds of things are, but this is also mentioned in. I'm pretty sure Hadith mentions the same thing. If you look at Hadith, if you want to study a bit of Hadith in there, that one of the first things in Hadith that believers are given as a little treat, a little appetizer when they enter Jannah, is cod liver. This is like a power food, huge source of vitamin A, probably the largest. Don't the Muslims get the hint? Everything is pointing towards the nutrient-dense foods for humans, not from the plant world. And I get it. Fruit is another thing. In fact, if you look into diet and stuff, you'll find that fruit is the most agreeable food from the plant world. Why? Because you will not last long if you eat broccoli all day and only that, and much less, wheat and bread and all these things are very difficult. You'll go to the washroom so many times if you just eat these foods. Fruit, on the other hand, fruit is like a gift from the plant. Here you go. It wants to disperse the seeds from the fruit. So that's why a lot of end-stage vegans, what they'll do is they'll become fruitarians. So there's not any protein really in fruit, right? So they will waste away. They will look pretty bad. But they can go on strangely for a longer time to heal themselves partially by getting rid of the veggies. The veggies have all kinds of what are known as anti-nutrients. Anti-nutrients. I've never heard of that. What is that? It's basically things that plants secrete as defenses against predation. So they don't like things eating them. Plants are very intelligent too, right? They were here before us. So they will make these chemicals called anti-nutrients in the form of oxalates, in the form of lectins, in the form of so many different enzymes. Like those antioxidants, a lot of them are plant defenses. And so it makes the animal, like a deer or whatever that eats them, a little bit queasy, too much, I'm not going to eat this fruit as much. And so you can tell that, this is why a lot of people get problems, the more and more of these, especially vegetables. They tell you from a young age, eat your vegetables, eat your Brussels sprouts. Fine, okay, here and there, no problem, whatever. It's edible. But not the amount that they tell you. Do you know what they tell you, guys? This is what they tell you to do. This is what they want people where I live in Canada to eat. And I've looked at this for a long time, guys, since for years. This is all review for me. But this is the most recent one. I believe they released it during 2020, maybe 2019. Does that look appetizing? Maybe some things in there, but definitely you're not going to eat this every day. And what is there a stunning lack of? What is there a stunning lack of in this diagram? Meat, even fish, eggs, even this minuscule portions of. Do you know how much protein that is? You need protein to be satisfied from animals. There's no protein you can extract from plants because it's all buried in fiber. They used to have a glass of milk here. Now it's just water. Believe me, you'll be drinking a lot of water if you eat these foods. The more rice, the more pasta, the more lentils, all that stuff that you eat, you're going to have gallons of water you drink. You see those people in the gym, and they have these giant water jugs, and they're eating carbs all day, all of it. This is what it means to graze like the livestock that Allah says is wrong. The people of hell will not stop eating the rest of eternity. You want to see what they used to have? Canada's food guide? When I was a kid, they had this, right? I believe. I think this is the new one. Let me see if I can find 1920. Here we go. Maybe it's a little fuzzy, but I'll read it out for you. These foods are good to eat. Eat them every day for health. Have at least 3 meals each day. This is when they started to push the 3 meals a day thing. Milk, number 1. Fruit, number 2. Veggies are in there. Yeah, there's a lot of vegetables everyone can eat. Frequently raw, I don't know. A lot of people cannot handle that. Cereals and bread. And then finally, meat. Interestingly enough, meat has the most detail. Okay? 1 serving of meat, fish, poultry, or meat alternatives. So this is when they started pushing. In 1920, they were pushing margarine, fake butter. They were pushing meat alternatives like soy or dried beans. I don't think they even had the concept of soy in the West back then. But what does it say here? Eggs and cheese at least 3 times a week each, okay? Use liver frequently. What? Liver? I thought liver was bad for you. It's just... No. Here we go. I know it's a bit blurry, but it says liver, kidney, poultry, meat. Doctors in the past, when they understood a little bit more about cardiovascular health and they weren't sold out, they actually recommended that women consume liver. Why? Because it's an amazing source of iron. Women are always going to be iron deficient very frequently. And you can imagine why, right? But they used to prescribe this as a treatment, not iron pills. Nutritional vitamins, nutritional minerals. Where did I leave off? Right here. Okay. So in Jannah, fruit and drink, faqih, is something really shown to be... where was I? I get so lost here and there. These are just verses about fasting. This one in particular, I thought was very interesting. So it gives the guidelines for fasting. If you believe fasting is abstaining from food or not, fine. There's 2 words for fasting. One is abstention, sawm. That's the one people are very familiar with in the Quran-based community, with Maryam making an abstention, even though she's eating and drinking. Then you have siyam. Sunni Muslims don't differentiate. Clearly there's a differentiation. It's the difference between qawm and qiyam. Sawm, siyam. So one thing I wanted to highlight here is that Allah says, وَأَن تَصُومُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ إِن كُنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. He singles that out because there is so much benefit to periodic fasting whenever you get the chance, whenever you feel like it, when you're comfortable, right? You're not sick, you're not traveling, you're not... This is something that people don't take advantage of. Some people never fast a day in their lives. Because if they're not born a Muslim, they're usually not informed of its benefits. If you're born a Muslim, you take the benefits for granted because you're going to do it again next year, even though that month of fasting, it just resets everything. It's a way to get rid of the garbage easily. There is a struggle, for sure, but it pays off. All right. We are basically at the halfway point. Francisco, we're going to talk about the problem with bugs. We're going to talk about the problem with bugs because you never know. We probably will see our children or their children be pushed at. It's already pushed on us already, but yeah. Peace, justice, compassion. We are omnivores. I don't think Quran specifically talks about food, but it is filled with food items in the traditional translation. Okay. I guess everything is metaphorical. Everything is just... What is a food item? The food item is food. We are omnivores. I just showed you. You have to do a bit of research. I know. The problem with Quranists, and this is a criticism for myself included, is we don't apply the Quran to the world around us. The people outside of the Quran that don't believe in anything, literally, they apply themselves in every way. They're pushing the envelope when it comes to studying and researching all of these topics. They just don't care to read the Quran, what it says about it. You need both. The Quran and its application. That's the hikmah aspect, applying the knowledge. Paul Saladino's diet. I'm glad you brought that up, Anis. Shout out to Paul Saladino, because he has done some amazing work trying to contextualize and make all of the jargon from scientific papers easy to understand. And that's basically his diet. It's from the Quran. Like it's so obvious. Fruit, meat, raw dairy, raw honey. And, you know, it's funny he has salad in his name. But yeah, he's done some amazing work in that department. That you don't have to take everything he says as true. But just the principles alone speak for themselves, right? I don't know what to say. When Allah says eat, consume, they will consume. Ayah talks about the food for thought or mind or intellect. All right. Assalamu alaikum, Zizix. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, of course. Do you know why fruit is positive? Because fruit is a type of, basically it's mainly a taste of the sweet world, right? It's a type of sweetener. And there's many varieties of it. Like dates, they kind of taste like caramel, right? Oranges, they taste more sour, right? Fruits are so amazing. Fruits are something very special. So, yeah, of course. It's spoken of as positive. That's no way around that, right? Olives are fruits that don't have any sugar in them. They're all lipids. Avocados, same thing. Surah Al-An'am doesn't mean cattle. It means blessings. Okay? Allah made for us natural resources, both land and seafood animals. Right. So you're not going to ride metals, right? You're not going to ride oils. Metals and oils do not eat and graze. Minerals don't graze. Plants don't even graze, really. They don't have mouths. They're animals. No prohibition for eating pigs, eh? You're not ever going to want to eat pigs when you see what they're used for, how they're talked about in history, how they're talked about in the Quran. Khanazir is not something to be taken lightly. If it's a mistranslation, I stand corrected. Please tell me what khanazir means. The only thing I've gotten from is impure foods. Fine. Impure foods, okay. Why did Allah turn people into pigs then? If it means dead flesh, then he turned people into dead flesh. They're going to become that anyway. Okay? They are creatures. Khanazir. Yeah. Rebellion since day one. All the prophets are sent there. Veal is my favorite. Yeah. Veal is actually... Funny, people should mention pork, because if you go to the history of Europe, where pork is very widespread, the older recipes for the same foods in Europe, I've seen it with my own eyes, they don't use pork, they use veal. For example, in Austria, I went to Vienna, and in Vienna, they have what's called Wiener Schnitzel. It's literally called schnitzel from Vienna. The one everyone gets has pork. And that was a problem for me. I'm like, okay, I can't eat that. The traditional one, they even distinguish the traditional Wiener Schnitzel is made from veal. You go to Turkey, all the salamis, all the bacon, everything, it's all from cattle, from cows. The same, it looks very similar. You can tell the difference just by looking at it. But it's not pork ever. Pork is recent. We would never look at that animal and think that's tasty. But when you see what it does, okay. It's like seeing a vulture as tasty. It's like seeing a dog as tasty. But people, maybe they were very hungry once upon a time, and the tradition persisted. They started eating these animals. Okay. Are you hungry to eat rats? Would you ever eat rats? Would you ever eat cockroaches? Would you ever eat snakes? Aqifa Suhail, this is called Corpus Qur'an. You can use this website. Strangely, people don't like us using this website because if you just click on any word, you can find where the word is used throughout the Quran, pretty much all the time. Yeah, the skin is an ornament. People used to wear shoes made from leather, ARMBV. And that was very nice. You know why that was nice? Because rubber prevents conductivity. So when you put rubber soles on the bottom of your feet, you go outside, the earth is just disconnected from you. The electricity doesn't have a flow. If you wear leather soles, which you can barely find now, then you're constantly feeling the earth beneath your feet. Anywhere you go, you're exchanging ions with you. You're being grounded. And that's a good thing. They say it's a bad thing, from like your parents say you're grounded. It's actually a good thing in nature. Interesting here. In the Dominican Republic, where my family's from, they would often give the goats oregano to eat. After some time, it basically is seasoned itself. When cooked, it's actually delicious. Wow. It's mouth-watering even thinking about it. And here's the thing. Did you guys know Beni Israel were given the East and the West, and they were given so much power and mercy and blessings? It just sounds exactly like humanity today, with all its different colors and languages and everything. If you go to Spain, in, I think, the Iberian Peninsula, Spain, Portugal, it's named after the Hebrews. Iberia, Hebrew. Do you know what they say? There's a man there, and he feeds his geese figs. He feeds his geese figs because they grow in the Mediterranean, right? The geese get very fat. They produce basically what's called foie gras in French. And that is a very expensive product because goose fat is very prized. It's yellow. It's full of vitamins. The fat itself on the bird is delectable, delicious. It sounds kind of like I'm a chef or something. And you know what's interesting? You can find it on these kind of auto-recommended channels like Business Insider, Economic Insider. Just look for a guy who feeds his geese figs in Spain, and he will tell you, do you know who used to do this? Who invented this technique? He actually hypnotizes. He doesn't use any. He actually takes the one goose after he uses light in the darkness when he has to slaughter them, and they go one by one, no problem. There's no forcing of anything. They enlist. The birds volunteer to be slaughtered. There's many examples of this. Animals know very well what their purpose is here. Do you think they're just like dumb? They're not just dumb. They do what they're commanded. He said this technique was taught by Beni Israel. that lived in Spain. What are the odds? Figs fed to ducks and geese. Fatten them up, make them more nutritious in a healthy way. If you go to Japan, Japan is amazing. Japan clearly has a history of Musa and Isa. It's all over the culture. They feed their cattle olives. Figs here, olives in the east. The fig and the olive. Interesting. Do you know what happens when the beef feed on olives? Their fat becomes so dense. It's actually the most expensive beef you can buy in the world. It's called Wagyu. Olive Wagyu, actually. That's the specific form of it. This is so smart because when you crush olives to make olive oil, which is really good for you, you're left with all this waste. And if you feed that to the cows, they will create the best beef for you in the world. To me, that sounds like very simple technology that, we can easily take advantage of. You just need land and all these implements that are hard to do now. What do you think of mushrooms? Lion's mane, reishi, cordyceps, magic mushrooms. Definitely do not eat magic mushrooms. Okay? That's something that's toxic. Okay? So that's another thing, right? I'll never condone anyone. Please do your own due diligence. Do not just pick mushrooms from the wild. It's very dangerous. Okay? But clearly, mushrooms do have herbal value, just like a lot of the herbs you find foraged, in the forest and stuff. What does it mean by ornaments? Ornaments, that's what you wear. Hilya. You know the word aqifa. I'm not sure if you speak Arabic or you're familiar with Arabic. Hilya is related to halu, halwi. Things that are beautiful, amazing, lovely. This is what people wear as ornaments. Hilyatun. Gemstones would fit in that category. Pearls. Coral. Coral is an ornament, actually. It's all over the ocean floor. Okay. Psychedelic mushroom. I cannot speak on that other than I wouldn't take it. I've never taken psychedelics, thank God. And I wouldn't do that. Everyone has the free will to do what they want, right? Thank you, Kenneth Blaine. Iron pills fool the blood test because they're actually not used in the body. Do you know why? It's great you brought that up because iron comes in different forms in nature. First form is metallic iron. You eat that, what happens? Nothing. Then you have plant iron. It's called, I think it's the same exact form, metallic iron. That's only found in plants. So when they say spinach has iron, this is the form it has. It's metallic. It doesn't do anything. It just goes through your blood, roams around, and you excrete it. Then you have heme iron. This is found only in animals, mainly in red meat. Guess what? Your body uses it right away. So when you take a supplement, I know people take supplements here and there, but largely, you can look this up for yourself. Largely, the supplements are synthesized vitamins and minerals. So that means they don't occur naturally. They are not recognized by your cells, by your body. And so they're stuck on the receptor of your cell. Officially, this is the pharmacology, how it's described. And so what happens is when you go to eat something with that actual nutrient, those receptors are already occupied with this supplement. So you just have, in your whole blood, you just have iron detectable. And so they go do a health test, they do a blood test. Oh, you're full of iron. You have tons of iron in your blood. Great, good job. You're healthy. No, not necessarily. It could just mean you're not actually getting it in your system. And And this is why a lot of vegans that do blood tests, they don't realize this. They take supplements for literally everything. They take shots of vitamin A, vitamin D, painful shots in their rear end, just because they don't want to eat eggs. They don't want to eat fish, liver, anything. Salam, Chris. This stream makes me hungry. What is khanazir? Hot spring, why don't we get into it? Well, before we talk about khanazir, let's talk about the things that Allah explicitly forbids and deters humanity from eating, from consuming, okay? Oh, sorry, you're probably leaving the stream. Sorry about that. So, yeah, I can't keep up with the chats, guys, honestly. So, Allah didn't turn a human into apes and pigs, huh? How do you know? Allah says, be monkeys, be pigs. When He says be, it is. Okay? We're not secularists whatsoever. This is what they actually take comments like this, the Sunni Muslims, and they will say, see, these Quranists, they're liberals. They're calling to a religion outside of our traditions. They want to reform it back to the Western model of the world. Nope, not whatsoever. Okay. Allah says, be this. And they are creatures. There's no denying they're creatures. Anything that's rotting or filthy in origin, khanazir are mentioned with dead meat, corpses already. That would be redundant. So He says corpses and rotting flesh. What's the point? Again, if you want to bring something that's khanazir, other than pigs or swine, I'm all ears. I'm just not convinced it's anything else at this moment. Thank you, Manji, for letting us know. You know, they're full of strychnine. They're toxic chemicals. That's why they're brightly colored too, a lot of them. Warning coloration that they're toxic. And you start to see things. You see all this spirits and whatever. A lot of it is hallucination. A lot of it is just jinn taking advantage of the chemicals in these things. Yeah, some people don't like seafood, Chris. No problem. It's Allah sets the guidelines and He leaves it up to you. It's in your hands. What do you prefer? A lot of people are averse to seafood as well. I'm not one of them, but that's just how things go. Yeah, interesting. Sharaib, there's no doubt these things can have a medical benefit in extreme cases, like, you know, people with PTSD or whatever. But my point is, Allah has clearly created things and says, don't eat them. Like blood, He created literally everything. He created everything. You're not going to eat everything, right? The governments of the world have banned it only in some countries. If you go to the Netherlands, you can get it. You can buy it. In Vancouver, you can buy like all kinds of drugs. They're just pulling that back now because it doesn't work. It makes the people really, really like not healthy at all. Yeah, Manji, that's what I'm getting at. It's like these are extreme cases. That doesn't nullify the rule. Okay. Salam Washi, no worries. Yeah, if khanzir is polluted meat, then you have to tell me what creature is that. Maybe it's a bunch of creatures called khanazir altogether. But really pigs. are just the glaringly apparent thing of consumption anywhere you go. Pigs. When you go to the store anywhere in the world, except the Islamic world, but let's say you go everywhere else, what is the most common type of meat? The most common? Yeah, chicken, I guess. Chicken is up there. Salami, bacon, sausage, ham, brisket. All kinds of terminology exist to explain swine. Not much for cattle, not much for sheep or goats. Because that, like, even when, if I go to the grocery store anywhere, half the meat section is swine, at least. It's insane. It's way too much. How many pigs are there in the world? That is what they want you to get. Majority are astray, right? If you go to China, every dish has pork in it, basically. Almost every single one. You'd be hard-pressed to find something. In Europe, the culture is based on pork nowadays. South America, pork. They have shipped pigs to every continent. Maybe not Antarctica, because no one lives there apparently, but every continent has them. Even the tiny islands like Hawaii. Hawaii never had pigs, ever. The British get there, they give them pigs. Now all they eat is pigs. There's no other creature that's so prolific in it being consumed. It even looks like it's a transformed animal. It doesn't look like any other creature. We have words for elephant and dog and cat and different things. But pigs, I mean, think about it. Shraib, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for listening. The basis of this channel is not rejecting hadith. In fact, I would argue, brother, that the best hadith is the Quran. I think everyone can agree, right? And I appreciate the comment, because think about this. We're not going to be able to read every single hadith to know for sure what is even in these books. And even if we liked something in hadith, that doesn't mean the Prophet said it, because we weren't there. That's not the point of this channel. The point of this channel is to bring people back to the Quran, particularly Muslims. Because at least, we can agree it's God's word. It's Allah's word, verbatim. There's a lot of hadith studied, just like Muslims study the Bible. But my argument is, as with many, Quran is way higher than that. Hadith is useful, but I think that the main danger is abandoning the Quran. And this can be done in many, many different ways, right? So thank you for that comment. I appreciate it. Yeah, sorry, bird. That's what I mean. Like, rotting meat is not a creature. It's the effect of all creatures when they die. Jinn possession, very common with psychedelics. Obviously, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, think about it. Think about it. Swine. Is there any redeemable quality in any language with swine? It even has the word wine in there, as if it wasn't much of a clue. No. You call someone a pig, you're insulting them. Other animals, it varies. It varies. But pigs, you're a swine. It's something really filthy. It's clearly filthy, right? I don't know. you know in the Bible it says that the demons were sent in the pigs? Yep. Jesus in the Bible, he exorcises demons from people, does ruqya, he puts them in the pigs. Do you know why? Because the demons, the shayateen, they actually ask Jesus Christ in the New Testament to send them into the pigs. Why? Why do Christians, why are they not aware of it? Oh yeah, Chris, that's what I'm getting at. Cannibalism. Cannibalism be swine. So let's get into it, eh? This will be the last part. We're already at 3 hours. I'm going to have to go through this as quickly as possible. Khamr. Just to summarize, khamr, if that just means wine, fine. But when you look at this word, right? Let me show you. Look at what this word, this root word means, and then you'll see what's going on. Okay, so khamr. So khamara means to brew, ferment, leaven, add yeast to something, to cover it, to conceal it. Makhmur is drunk, intoxicated. Khamr, wine, alcohol. It goes hand in hand. Something that's khamra is like something crushed. Khamriya is a wine poem. Khamir is leavened dough. Khamira is actually yeast, barm, the thing that ferments bread and wine. Huh, bread and wine. Where have I heard that before? Khumar is a hangover. Makhmara is a brewery. Khimir is a drunk, a drunkard, a wino. Mukhammar is fermented, leavened. Khimar, you have it right there as head covers. Do you know why they're called head covers? They have nothing to do with the head. If you haven't noticed, khimar is not the same word as hijab, and they call the head cover hijab today. Hijab is not even a clothing in the Quran. Khumur, khimar, is something you put over something which is related to fermentation. You have to cover what you want to ferment, like you let the yeast make the dough rise. And so khimar is very obvious. It covers the pockets of women, particularly because women have these pronounced pockets. I think I've mentioned this before. The bosom, the armpits, the buttocks, the vulva, all of these things are folds of human anatomy that are more pronounced on women, and hence the command from Allah to cover them. Women can actually get yeast infections in these places, interestingly enough. And they're analogous to what you would prepare for bread. They're actually analogous. Bread is like clay, even, the dough, right? So these parts on a woman's anatomy rise, literally, over time. They mature. And clearly, this has a big problem if women go around like this. We're not arguing for liberalism whatsoever, arguing for sanity. Okay? That's the Quran position. Sanity for insane. Takhamara, to ferment. Takhamara actually means to plot or conspire, as if your plan needs time to ferment. Isn't that interesting? To brew a plan, to hatch or collude with people. Fermentation is what this is all about, and particularly with yeast. Then you go to sugar. Oops, I meant to say sukar, sukara. Sugar, yeast, wine, bread. It's starting to make sense what we normally consume. Okay? Sakara, to close. Sukkar, sugar, glucose, diabetes, same word. Sukriyat, or candy or sweets. Sakkara, to shut or close, to lock. Sekira, to be drunk, to become intoxicated. You can be drunk without alcohol. Did you know that? If you have enough sugar in your diet, you become drunk from the sugar. That's why in Arabic it's the same. The two different words go hand in hand. Because what do the yeast eat, actually? When you add it to grape juice, what do they eat? The sugar. What do the candida in us eat? Sugar. They put sugar in everything. They add sugar to ketchup. They add sugar to literally everything. And not just any normal form. It's like a high fructose corn syrup with level of sugar. High amount of high fructose and glucose in there. Sakra, intoxication, drunkenness. Sukar, intoxication. Again, sakar, wine. You can even use it interchangeably in some cases. Iskara, to be drunk. Muskir, alcoholic. Tasakir, pretend to be drunk. Sukkar, sugar. Confectionaries. Sukariya, sugar bowl. Sakkara, to sugar or sugarcoat. Funny, that's the same word as to shut something down, to close off. So this closes off your body. It ruins your hormones. I'm sorry, but that's what's been studied. Just look at Dr. Robert Lustig, Lustig. He's like a official authority on sugar. Okay, and he's saying this should be removed. This is a drug. When they feed sugar to rats in experiments, they feed them cocaine and they feed them heroin, they'll go for the sugar every time. It's that addictive. So keep that in mind when Ramadan comes around, when Eid comes around, and all these candies and breads and everything around it is there. Do you think the Muslims are safe from intoxication? They just got rid of the alcohol part. But guess what? Alcohol is made from sugar. So what is going on in your body? Are you producing alcohol, feeding parasites with this stuff? Maybe. Something to keep in mind. In the Muslim world, we have cigars, cigarettes. Doesn't that sound like something? Sigara, sigara, sukkaran. Officially, they will tell you, like articles you can search up, most smokers don't know sugar is added to cigarettes. Maybe that's why they call them cigarettes, sakara. They add sugar to it. I don't know. It's something to look into. And you know how kaf and qaf are related? Well, guess what? There's a place somewhere in the cosmos, and you know what it's called? I wish I can find it. Here, I'll just search it here. It's called Saqar. They will be dragged into the fire upon their faces, taste, touch of Saqar. This is related to Sakar. Saqar. Cigars, cigarettes. They made halal. I mean, some of them, Salafis, to give them credit, they have made cigars, smoking haram. Good. Excellent. But guess what? Everywhere you go, most people in the Middle East, most people in the Islamic world, they pretend like there is no problem with heroin or, not heroin, sorry, marijuana or cigarettes or tobacco or anything like that. Clearly there is. You can't breathe as well. Breathing is related to your spirit. So that brings us to this. This is the sacramental bread. This is for Catholics. It's an institution in the Christian church, the Christian religion. And wouldn't you know, bread and wine come into full view here. Do you see what this is called? This is called the sacrificial victim. You might think that the bread is Jesus's body, symbolically, and the blood is his, the wine is his blood, symbolically. No. They believe in transubstantiation. That's a fancy word for saying the body of Christ, as well as the blood of Christ, literally form as the person in the church eats this on Sunday. Sick, right? That's why they call it a host. But this bread is made with yeast, and the wine is alcoholic. Made also with yeast, right? So one's a product of yeast, one's a culture of yeast. And you think about it too, right? We have the yeast in us already. From the time we're born, all humans have candida in them to some extent. So you feed them with these products. And that's why it's a host, the host of the parasite. Parasites are very much a real thing. You can find videos all over the internet of that. In fact, the Merck manual, you know, the ones that make those injections, MERCK, Merck, they're a pharmaceutical company that used to put a textbook that said viruses were classified as parasites originally. Parasites. Demons are represented as parasites, a lot of them. Like worms and little kind of snaky things with, you know, teeth and stuff, right? So the bread may be leavened or unleavened. Do you know why it has to be leavened? Because God in the Bible tells the the Israelites in Egypt, eat unleavened bread. Unleavened bread is not very appetizing at all, but at least it doesn't have the yeast aspect. That's something I'm still working to understand why, but there's clearly a mention of it, right? Then we have the Quran come into full view, and I've talked about this story in my Companions of the Cave series. Wine, bread are mentioned in the first verse where in the Quran? Sorry guys if you can't see the screen, let me just put this here. Okay. Think about it. You're right, Washi. Cholesterol, natural antioxidant. We're made of it. Now, look at this. Wine and bread are mentioned together in the dreams of the companions of Yusuf's prison, the one he's in. Why? That's the dream. That's the symbol of it, right? He sees wine, pressing wine, crushing it, and the other one sees bread on his head, and the birds were eating. So right off the bat, the Quran gives the impression that bread is food for birds. It's right there. خبزا تأكل الطير منه. This is from the dream. They ask Yusuf, can you tell us how will this play out in reality? Everywhere in the Muslim world, everyone eats bread. Everybody. Everyone in the world eats bread. Everywhere. And it's mentioned once as being food for birds. You know, you go to the park and you feed birds. They eat the bread so easily. No problem. O my two companions of the Sijin. As for one of you, they will give drink to his Lord. So look, bread, wine, Lord, not master. They worship the Lord in Egypt. Pharaonic Egypt, that whole era is where we get this story from Christianity. That's where the Christian religion has its origin, according to the Quran. Wine. So his Lord will drink wine. The other one will be crucified, and the birds will eat his head. Not from his head, not eat bread, from his head. The bread ended up being human flesh. The wine is a drink for someone that styles themselves as a lord on earth. And elsewhere in Surah Yusuf, we get an idea of what that wine is, because I'll get into it later, okay? So this is the Eucharist. Bread is my body, blood is my wine. Blood is your hint. Did you know that blood is fermentable? It's a bit of a debate because a sane person wouldn't even think of this question. But studying the Quran sometimes you have to delve into territory that is very uncomfortable. So, yeah, I mean, all the elements are there. They just add more sugar to it. And funny enough, blood has only been seriously consumed in religions in Christianity. There's a documentation of a saint called Thomas Becket, and they called his, I mean, this is hard to really utter, but this is part of our history. A mix of water and the remains of the martyr's blood miraculously multiplied. The procedure was frowned upon by the more orthodox due to the similarities with the Eucharist. Wow, they even highlight the Eucharist is about this very thing. All you have to do, I mean, I don't recommend, but clearly, like, this is cultural now too, right? You go around the world, you have all this disgusting consumption of these remains of animals. It's just these people at the top have taken it to the next level with humans. Very uneasy to talk about. So you wonder where these ideas of vampires come from? They tell you. They mix it in. They tell you that these people don't know anything else. It's insane that in the 21st century this is still around. This is a BBC article. And the people that practice this, there's like thousands of them in the US apparently. They can't stop. It's like a parasite. That's where they get the idea of vampires from. Did you know the Queen of England, when she was alive, her chef for the royal family doesn't use garlic anywhere, apparently. That bloodline has a genetic problem with making iron. So there is a rationale somewhere, as sick as it is. It's even described as ingesting wine here. But hemophilia is no excuse. You can get iron from animals, from meat. We go further on into the story. Blood is mentioned throughout the Quran in many different ways. And something you should really keep in mind is it's not something that should leave the body, particularly humans, because the very beginning, before Adam was created, the angels immediately recognized, hey, we've been here before. You've had caliphs in the past. Are you going to put somebody that causes corruption in the earth and sheds the blood? Not sure what that means, but taken at face value, doesn't that associate corruption with killing, murder? I'm not talking about eating animals. I'm talking about the senseless violence that they show you in every movie now. Blood all the time, leaving the person's body to desensitize you. We took from your covenant, do not shed blood. Obviously, the context is amongst yourselves, right? Do not evict each other yourselves from your homes. This is for Beni Israel. Beni Israel are guilty of this. Beit Lechem in Hebrew means house of bread, Bethlehem. Beit Lechem in Arabic means house of meat. How did that happen? The bread is meant to represent meat. The wine is meant to represent blood. It's how it's used in Christianity today. Even in Judaism, they have a similar idea as well. The wine, the bread toasting, the Kadesh. Well, guess what? Vampirism and cannibalism, already alluded to in the Quran, is practiced by these people that corrupt the earth. This is how you get an idea of what corruption in the earth means. And guess what? They brought upon the shirt of Yusuf, his siblings brought upon the shirt of Yusuf to present to their father. Oh, a wolf ate him. The wolf ate him. They put on his shirt false blood. Why is it false? Because it's not blood. Clearly, right? It's something made to appear like it. And the first thing that comes to mind in that entire surah is wine. They put wine on his shirt, some kind of wine. And Yusuf's father, he can't see very well, right? In the story, he loses his eyesight. But he can smell very well. He smelled Yusuf on his siblings. And he knew right away, your souls have enticed you to something, so patience is most fitting. Allah is the one sought for help against that which you described. His heightened sense of smell and his poor vision deduced that they lied about Yusuf's death. They put wine on his shirt, not blood. Daman kadhiban, false blood. Think about what that could be. Only has Allah forbidden. You see that, Sunnis? This is what Allah has forbidden. Only. The maytah, the damma, lahm al-khanzir. He says flesh of the swine here because this flesh doesn't just exist with these created animals. They exist with humans. You're going to see where they're turned into pigs in history. And that which has been dedicated other than Allah. Whoever is forced by necessity without being disobedient or a transgressor, no sin upon them. This doesn't include crickets because crickets don't have meat on them. He specifically said the flesh of the khanzir. This word lahma comes into play in chapter 49 with humans. The maytatu, those are already dead things. Dead things are dead things. Like anything that's dead, whether it's in an animal like a lion, it has dead things in it. It's not like the grazing animals. Blood, flesh of khanzir, what has been dedicated other than Allah. That which is strangled. You know why? Because the blood sits in the meat if it's strangled. Some tribes still do that. That which is hit fatally. So it doesn't evacuate all of the blood that it should when a halal slaughter takes place, right? It stays in there. That which is gored by horns, injured. That can get sick, infected, right? You can get a diseased animal. You're supposed to eat healthy animals. That which ate the wild animal. That would be something. And it says, except what you slaughtered. And what is slaughtered on nusub. All forms of disobedience. We're talking mainly about the content of it. I have not found in what has been revealed to me anything forbidden upon the eater except who eats it, that they eat dead corpses, okay? Blood poured out. That's how you know when you find a residue, that's actually not blood. If you take a steak from the store and you're like, oh, what's this red juice? It's basically what it is hemoglobin. That's all it is. It's not blood. They will never be allowed to sell that to anyone. It's dangerous. Somebody can get sick. However, Allah tells you very carefully, blood poured out, masfuhan. That is when you can pour it out, don't consume that. And it's very obvious, right? The red juice is not blood on a steak or something, right? Or flesh of the swine. Indeed, it is filth. Why would Allah be so redundant twice if flesh of swine is just filthy creatures or dead animals? You know why? He already said dead animals here, corpses, carrion. And he already said filth here. Indeed, it is filth. Khanzir are creatures. Or fisqan. Fasiq people are like they're filthy with how they defy God, how they do it. They do it in filthy ways. I don't need to tell you. We sent upon them the flood and the jarrad and the qumala and the dafada' and the dam ayat mufassalatin. You're going to tell me we're going to eat locusts and crickets when they're a punishment on the people of Egypt, on the people of Pharaoh? No. Jarrad are a punishment. That's why they were sent on the fake Mecca in Arabia. That's why you saw them around the world. They were a sign. Something's coming for us in the future. That's why you see the lice. Lice? What is the point of a louse? These are creatures that are causing disease. They're parasites. Lice are parasites. It comes right after locusts. As if the locusts, when they live and die, the parasites come out of them. You have to think a bit more into this. Then you have amphibians, another punishment. Amphibians are not halal. Snails, frogs. Why are they not halal? Well, they're not exclusively in the water. That's one of the major reasons. You can't slaughter them. They eat all kinds of things. And trust me, if you want to try to, like just for a comparison's sake, right? Look at the bugs on the land. Look at the bugs in the ocean. They're miles apart. Crocodiles, same thing. There's something not there. Crocodiles are carnivorous anyway. They have talons, don't they? Amphibious creatures are not even appetizing. A lot of them are dangerous to eat as well. Snakes are dangerous to eat. Those are land creatures as well. So in this one ayah, you can see the association going on here. This is what they want us to eat, guys. Maggots, crickets, larvae, yuck. This is what they want to replace meat as. Mealworms. They're making farms all over the world. Because this is what they're preparing for you. They need to feed people with this as a food crisis. There's no food crisis. There's no carbon dioxide issue in the world. That's assuming that God doesn't have authority over his creation, that humans can change the creation and change the climate. And that's all against the Qur'an. All of it. The climate is in God's hands. The weather, everything. Whatever they play around with the weather, that's clearly nothing. That's clearly nothing because Allah has full control. And they use this as an excuse to enslave humanity further, make them eat their own waste. This is what these things eat. These things eat waste, literally. Those psilocybin mushrooms, they grow from dung from cows. And we're going to smoke that and eat that. Parasites. What do the pigs eat? The pigs eat all the garbage. Any modern pig farm, they feed them garbage. The leftover garbage of our world. And we're going to eat them. Even in the wild, I mean, the pigs just eat anything. They eat each other. There was a guy in Vancouver a long time ago. He fed. It was like a mobster thing. It was like kind of gangs and stuff. They fed their victims to pigs. They eat everything: the bones, the skin, the nails, everything, the hair. They leave no trace. We're gonna eat these things. This is the verse about the false blood on Yusuf's shirt. Again, he's only forbidden these things: corpses, blood, flesh of swine, and what's been dedicated to other than Allah. That has a large encompassing. It's amazing that it's so accurate, because most of our food supply is dedicated to other than Allah when you really think about it, in the sense that the intention behind most of the food products is to make you sick. It's bad. People used to eat corpses not too long ago. This is not just Egypt. This is Victorian England. And they lie about it as being medicine. It's not a medicine. Blood is not therapy as a consumed product. This was done by the elites, and it was given to the people as a medicine. Funny, Paracelsus believed this was good for drinking. You know, Paracelsus was an alchemist. That was one of the first guys to really give this idea of injections. Before that, nobody had heard of injections of anything. They worked with mercury. They worked with all kinds of things in this department. Okay? This is official history. All the doctors back then were prescribing this. It's like alchemy. It's like magic. Okay? The pharmaceutical industry. O you who believe, avoid much from the dhann. Indeed, some dhann, assumption, is sin. And do not tajassasu, spy, and do not backbite, yaghtab, ba'dukum ba'dan, some of you to others. Would you like any of you that you eat flesh of his brother? Meitan. No, you would hate it. Fear Allah, be conscious of Allah. Indeed, Allah, Tawwabun Rahim. Again, now we get to the verse about cannibalism. This is not just a metaphor, guys. It is an example. An example of the amount of devastation and corruption what comes before it can cause. Okay? And it's his brother too, meaning like they're closely related. Lahma akhihi meitan. Meitan is separate. It's not alive. So what's the lahma then? The lahma is there regardless, alive or dead. What creature is called lahm al-khanzir, lahma akhihi? Humans, pigs. You don't believe me? Cannibals admit humans taste like pigs. They admit this. I will never be able to know, okay, because I will never stoop to this level, but people have. There are tribes that do this. They taste like pork, hence the term long pig for human meat cuts, the long denoting the difference between the limb lengths of pig and human. It is not surprising given the anatomical and physiological congruences. Anatomically, physiologically, psychologically, even socially, we share so much with pigs. We raise them in increasingly appalling conditions for blah, 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 blah. We facilitate the acceptance of pig organs by human bodies. Some human genes have been introduced into those of pigs. You see what's going on? The Quran directly addresses this. Shall I inform to you all who is worse by that which is a recompense from Allah? Who has been cursed by Allah, he's become angry upon them, made from them the monkeys or apes and the swine and the servants of Taghut. Maybe this is yet to happen, guys. But clearly we have a sign in these animals today. He made from them. When Allah makes something, He makes it. He creates it. It's really created from them, apes and so on. This is not a concept unique to the Quran whatsoever. بديع السماوات والأرض وإذا قضى أمرا. He is the originator of the heavens and the earth, and when He decrees a decree, He only says to it, be, and it is. Remember that. He says to it, be, and it is. Where is it? So here, when we see apes, okay, Allah says to these people, be apes, despised. Then He includes apes with pigs, as if they're created. And the Quran says, be, and it is. Kun fayakun. You ever wonder why we have so much genetic similarities to apes and pigs? Chimpanzees, gorillas, bonobos, orangutans, pigs? Yes, pigs. They are more genetically related to us in the evolutionary scale, doesn't even make sense, than orangutans. We share 98% similarity with pigs. And yes, I know that the genes, all kinds of similarities can be derived with all kinds of things. Interspecies organ transplant activities between humans and pigs have taken place, called xenotransplants. They don't take any heart to do a heart transplant for somebody. They take a pig heart. Why are they so related to us? Why do the criminals from the world tell us they taste like us? And why do they have different eye colors exactly like us? Yes, domesticated pigs have a variety of eye colors. Yeah, dogs can have the same thing as well, but there's something unique about this particular creature. And they're corrupting the earth. Not the creature, they're just animals. I'm saying the people that know this knowledge, that play around with genes. See here? The missing evolutionary human link. They're more related to us than orangutans, officially. And when you go to Greek mythology, Odysseus and his companions, they go upon an island, and there's a witch on the island. Her name happens to be Circe, which is the same root as church, kirk. And she gives them wine, and they become pigs. His men turn into pigs after they drink wine from this sorceress. Oh, it's just a mythology, guys. It's just a legend from the old peoples, from the former peoples. I get it. Maybe the emphasis is on the former peoples. But clearly if you go back in time, they knew more, not less. They did more. They were more healthy. They corrupted more even because they were able to do more. It just makes sense. In this film called Willow, 1988, a kid's film, they put this front and center. A sorceress turns an army of men into pigs. And there's a scene where they're eating pork one day. And there's like, oh yeah, by the way, was this from those people that were turned, or was this from the other pigs? And they don't know, so they just spit it out. They know this stuff very well. Jesus Christ in the Gospel of infancy gospel of James or John. This is an apocryphal text. He turns somebody into pigs. He turns kids into pigs as a sign. You go to the meaning of church. It's the same word, kirk, kirkion, kurakion, Circe, the same person in that mythology. And then, if you want to see what happened to humans, why there's no graves older than 200 years, roughly, this is where those people are. These are human skeletons. Polished, clean, all in the churches, in the pharaonic houses of Europe. Mainly Europe, mainly. But we don't know how many of them are underground. They've just decorated them now. They're all clean. Piles and piles and piles of them. Do you think corruption in the earth is just the poetry? Corruption in the earth is the norm in the dunya. And humans are at the center of it, with their jinn confidence. This one is not even a church. This is from communist era of Cambodia. It's frightful, and it's clearly the product of a culture, a mind the Qur'an already knows about. Would you like to eat the flesh of your brother? Oh no, they just buried them in there, guys. They just had to decorate them all in there. Really, they just buried them in there, eh? Let me show you. Orthodox monks' skulls. Here they are. Here are the wizards. Imran Hussein, can you please explain to me why the great Russian Orthodox Church of Putin has skulls decorated like some kind of serial killer, dressed like a wizard? This happens as much in the East as it does in the West. This is why there are no flags right now on this earth that any person believing in the Quran can follow. Apparently, these are skulls of saints and monks and stuff, and they just put them on there like a collection. This is like what people do with prey, like with hunted animals. They put their heads on the wall. I'm sorry. This is sick. This is Egyptian. This is pharaonic stuff. And finally, mummies. Mummies. Who are the biggest mummifiers in history? You think it was the people in Africa today called Egypt, Egyptians? None of those people will ever mummify anyone. It's obscene. It's in Europe. Gog and Magog are depicted as cannibals. They're depicted as naked. And clearly they have the religion of the ultimate idol of all time called Pharaoh. Because they're mummifying these people. And what's so interesting is, not too long ago, they would get medicine from these people's bodies. Medicine. And they mummify these people only to pray to them. They say, they use the excuse, this is incorruptibility. Incorruptibility. This is a Catholic and Orthodox belief. They both do it. I've seen it with my own eyes. They display the corpse there of a nun or a priest or a monk or whatever, and they say, oh, you can only see the skin still, not just bones, because these people were righteous. Their sins destroyed the normal process of decomposition. No, they're just mummies. Stop lying. They're mummies. There's mummies all over the world, from South America to China to Egypt to Europe to America, everywhere, everywhere. Who did this and why? They had some clearly different belief back then, right? And now people they ask these dead people to intercede for them. They go to the church, and it's a sunnah for them to ask, oh, please help me for the intercession. Intercede for me on the day of judgment. It's no different than what Muslims do. They visit the graves. This is a billions of dollars grave for Khomeini, Ayatollah Khomeini. Billions for his mausoleum. Really? That's what, and look, they crawl there. They crawl on their hands and knees. Everyone does it. This is a norm in religion. Jews do it, Muslims do it, Christians do it, Hindus do it, Buddhists do it, pagans do it. Sorry, but what is this obsession with graves? Do you know what that's called in Arabic? Ghul. Somebody who digs graves as if to eat them. And they probably do. A little bit scary stream at the end, huh? But I just want to highlight at the very end the solution and the problem. Because our enemy is not just Sunnis. I'm sorry, those people are just as stepped on as us, whether you like it or not. It's never been about that. It's always been about the truth behind the world. That's what the Quran points to, the unseen aspects of our world. Do you want to participate in that? Or do you want to stop? Look. Wine. Clearly associated with blood. Rotting flesh. Clearly was consumed in the past. Bread is just a peasant food that in reality symbolizes in the Quran human flesh. That is also the flesh that pigs are created from. All three. The Quran highlighted all three. لحم الخنزير, الميت, والدم. And then khamr is treated separately to highlight basically how we would tend to consume things. Sukkar, khamr. Then you have the animals with talons, animals that eat dead things. Those you should never, ever even think about eating. They're not even appetizing. Scavenging animals. Carnivorous animals. Sugar in any processed form. Insects. Insects are a punishment. Parasites are a punishment. Amphibians, punishment. That's not food. Never was, never will be. Bread, food for birds. Just put it all together. What does Allah give us, though, in return? He gives us lacto-fermented raw dairy made from bacteria. Not yeast, not fungi, bacteria that we're made of. It has a probiotic, positive, mutual relationship with humans. We are made mainly of bacteria, officially. We are a culture. Humans are a culture, bacteria are a culture. The bacteria generate biophotons in us. They actually produce light in the human. It's not just what we were talking about yesterday. It's not just allegorical whatsoever. And if you eat any grains, if that's even for humans, I don't know, it seems to be for cattle, then I would just, just think carefully about like rye. That you can got all kinds of rye products. They're like crackers or something. There's no yeast or anything in them whatsoever. It's just a partial solution. It's just a vehicle to eat all the other things, but you don't need it. You don't even need dairy, really, technically. But Allah says drink if you can find a good source. Quality is the main thing. Seafood, fatty, salty, fresh water, salt water, insects from the blessed ocean. They're not really insects, actually. They're crustaceans. The Japanese know very well that this stuff is like heavenly. And not everyone likes it. They eat it raw. That's how much they know it's good for you. All the minerals, copper, iron, zinc, all from there, magnesium. Shrimp, crabs, lobster, oyster, mussels. Cook them, eat them raw, whatever. Whatever you feel your body is telling you, hey, I feel great after this. Raw honey, maple syrup, that comes from the trees. Raw maple syrup, raw honey. Dates comes raw, ready to sweeten up our palate a bit. Organic fruits. They even use molasses. They make molasses from like pomegranates and they put it all over in the Middle East. It's delicious. Sour, sweet. Fruits is a pleasure. It's a luxury, really, in the end. And you eat them in the season, it feels right. Meat. People eat meat raw all the time. It's a heritage. You go to steak tartare in Europe, you go to kibiniya in the Middle East. In Ethiopia, they eat more raw meat than anyone. They add spices to it. Fine, if you want that or not. But it's raw nonetheless. They've actually had to take the government to tell Ethiopians not to eat too much raw meat. And they don't care. They love it. They're very vibrant people. They fast a lot. They're very close to what you could call kind of the original Christianity, if that even exists. Why? Because they actually practice what they preach, mainly. Not saying that's the majority. I'm saying relative to the rest of the Christian world, Africa is very cool on its beliefs. That's why in 2050, 2075, most Christians in the world will be in Africa. They have the most children. They eat the most meat. They go to church the most. And I get it. I get it. Really, that's not what I'm promoting. I'm just saying why is so much of the world laced in hypocrisy? And clearly some people get things right here and there. The Muslims clearly get the idea that fasting is good for you. They'll put all the studies forward that fasting is good for you. That's how you get rid of the things when you're already sick, right? Your body detoxes you all the time when you're sick. You think that the germs fly around and infect people and all this, so we have to inoculate ourselves? No, not at all. The Quran doesn't mention that whatsoever. It talks about all kinds of things, but not that. Butter, ghee. In India, they value dairy. Just put all of people's cultures together. The seafood from Japan, the dairy from India, the goats, the raw meat from Ethiopia. Take the Mediterranean fruits. They have olives and figs and everything. Amazing. Go up north in Scandinavia. They eat reindeer. You go to North America, they eat buffalo. You go down south to Argentina, they eat more meat than a lot of countries combined. Steak. They're really big on steak. How could we ever think we know better than what God already said? So this is a good series if you want to check it out. If you want to really get a fast track course on health, diet, nutrition from a secular perspective, check this out. This will answer all your questions that we've been indoctrinated with. The channel is called What I've Learned. That's just one channel. I mentioned Paul Saladino. You can go through. This was a really big thing like 2017, 2016. Just do your own due diligence. Don't listen to me. Do your own research. And yeah, I'm just going to move far in here and yeah, and you go, I kind of showed that Allah already says again that they're najas, rijis. So if khanzir are rijis already, why is he saying they are again? He wants to underscore something. Yeah, absolutely, AI. This is the main thing. Rats. You want to talk about human comparison? Rats are used all the time in studies. Mice, rats. You know why? Because these rats, they are a model for our physiology, even them. Not as much as pigs. Pigs are better for other things. Chimps are better for other things. Rats are used for pharmacology a lot. Yeah, safety. I'm not saying anybody goes against pigs. In fact, I would say the vegans got this part right, at least, to not eat pigs. Allah did not create things with errors in it. This is part of living in the dunya. Nobody would say cockroaches are guilty, we should kill them all. But they do. They do kill them. You know, safety, I'm not sure where you live, but if you live somewhere in a rural area, pigs are actually very dangerous. They become wild very fast, and if they see you, they will kill you. Have you heard of wild boars? And people are hired to kill them. That's how dangerous they are. It's like having a polar bear on your front lawn. It's not the animal's fault. They're animals. They're just not food. Many things are not food in this life. Yeah, Brother Ibrahim, yeah, absolutely. People do get transplants from pigs. In fact, the first pig transplant, funny enough, if I remember correctly, was given to a Jewish man in New York in the 50s or 60s. And they had to call his rabbi. He was on the operating table. Can I have a pig heart? They had to deliberate because this has never happened before. Yeah. It's scary, man. Chris, it's scary. This is part of Allah's signs. What about the future? Do you think it will not happen again? The day of judgment, people just turn into pigs. Why not? Nothing's stopping that from happening again. They actually scare Muslims. Back before the internet, they scared Muslims saying if they don't pray 5 times a day, do all the rakats and everything, they showed gruesome, like, photoshopped images of a girl like it's like half pig, half human. And so this is what you'll turn into. This is a girl who turned into this when she didn't pray the 5 prayers. This is before the internet. It's a fake. It's a complete hoax, and they've done it many times. But the scholars are on board with the idea that humans can be transformed. No, Indiana Genesis. That's something that comes from hadith. Hadith makes the incorrect category, saying fish are dead meat. They're not dead meat. That's a oxymoron. Nothing that Allah tells you is halal is a dead meat. Nothing that Allah tells you is halal is blood. They call liver and spleen blood in hadith. So they don't even care to be accurate. Fish isn't dead meat. Yeah, absolutely. It's not. Over 6 million corpses in the Paris catacombs. That's right, Soaring Bird. Oh, definitely. Indiana Jones. Or sorry, Indiana Genesis. Wild boars are pigs. They're pigs. The domesticated ones, they're just a bit lazier. That's it. They just get fat. You know, like you put humans in the city, they eat all kinds of, they don't move them around as much. That's what happens. The wild ones, though, they're very, very similar. Actually, pigs have been known that wander away from the farm, they actually have been known to become wild again very easily. Yeah, I want to look at the meaning behind that. But if you think about it, if it's a negative characteristic, and this is a punishment in the Quran, it's a punishment to be a khanzir. Doesn't that make sense why it's a negative characteristic? It's a punishment. You would never want to be that animal. We want to be all kinds of animals, you know, when we're kids, like, oh, I want to be a, you know, an eagle. I want to be a lion. I want to be a wolf or something. Nobody wants to be a pig. Abraham, thank you so much, AI. Abraham. Ham. Why did they call one of the sons of Noah in the Bible Ham? Ham. Why do they call pork product ham? Yeah, it does. Peace, justice, compassion. Beit al-Lahm. Beit Lahm. That is Arabic for house of meat. Ask any Arab speaker. But in Hebrew means bread, which is my point. When people didn't have enough meat, they ate bread. In fact, bread in English is an old term for meat. Like, we have these organs, delicacies called sweetbreads. It's like the thymus gland. Why are they called breads? It's meat. It's organs. Bread used to mean meat. Is people got poor and they were fed a diet that made them dumber. You know, actually, in history, when people started to do agriculture, like mass scale agriculture, like they talk about this obviously in the main timeline. But fair enough. When they started to eat this stuff, they got dumber. Their brains shrunk. There's studies, for example, that somebody doesn't have cholesterol. Every year, 1% of your brain shrinks. It's great, scary, isn't it? The mass. Who doesn't eat cholesterol? Vegans. They're not allowed to because it's a religion. Just like the solar religion of heliocentrism, you're not allowed to believe that Allah made the heavens and the earth exactly as he stated. It's a religion. Anyway, guys, 4 hours. Thank you so much for sticking by. And yeah, much love to everyone in the chat. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. And see you again next time, whenever that is. Hopefully, there's a lot to divulge and reflect in here, okay? So, assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.